afternoon. Welcome, dear partners, colleagues, participants, friends. A very good morning, very good afternoon, and evening, wherever you are in the world. And welcome to the red session of the Venice City Solutions 2030. This session is organized by UN Habitat and is entitled The Vision for the Future, Strategic Planning and Imagining a Sustainable City. My name is Shipra Narang Suri. I'm the Chief of the Urban Practices Branch at UN Habitat, based in sunny Nairobi, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this discussion today. First of all, a bit of housekeeping. Simultaneous translation is available in English, French, Italian, and Spanish for this session. You will see the translation button at the bottom of your screen. I'm sure many of us are zoomed out this year and are very familiar with these multiple platforms we use. But you will see a little globe which says interpretation at the bottom of your screen. And when you click on it, you can choose the language you wish to hear for this session. We're going to have two panels in this session. I will come to those in a second, but we will have a Q&A. We will open the floor for questions after each panel. You're very welcome to type your questions in the chat. We will select some of them and invite you to take the floor in case you have access to the camera. If you wish to be invited to take the floor, I would advise you to keep your questions short and sweet. Very important, please remember to turn off the interpretation before you speak, because otherwise the language channels get mixed up and it makes it very difficult. It garbles the interpretation, makes it very difficult to understand. So when you take the floor, this is for all the speakers and those who are speaking from the floor. Please remember to turn off your interpretation. This session is being broadcasted live through the Venice City Solutions YouTube channel and will also be available there later on for viewing afterwards. It will be recorded and be available there. The session is divided into two dialogues, each with 3 speakers. And in between, there will be a short intermezzo with my colleague from UN Habitat, who will give us a short presentation on the SDG Cities program. But I will come to that in a second. That said, let me start formally by thanking the co-organizing partners of the Venice City Solutions 2030, especially AICC-RE. I discovered it's a very long name. The Italian Association for Council of Municipalities and Regions of Europe, as well as United Cities and Local Governments, of course, UCLG, UNDP, and the SDG campaign. Thank you for your partnership, your collaboration. More importantly, thank you for your tireless work in this very challenging year. Very much appreciated. Since 2018, the Venice City Solutions has been a unique space for creative thinking around the local implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm glad we're all gathered here to celebrate the 3rd edition of the Venice City Solutions, despite the difficult times that this world is facing. I'm also excited that we're doing this in innovative ways. I think it's very important. The world has leapfrogged in some ways this year to very innovative online modes of engagement. And that is something to be appreciated, in fact. Today, we will discuss how we can imagine and craft cities of the future, a topic which today more than ever is of paramount importance in our efforts to recover and rebuild from the current crisis. The pandemic is first and foremost an urban crisis, with more than 90% of the cases in urban areas and an unprecedented recession of urban economies. How are we going to recover from this? How we are going to build back better will really depend on the response from cities and local and regional governments around the world. And what better place to do it than Venice? As our dear friend Emilia said in her inspiring introduction yesterday during the opening, let's think about what Venice means to us as a humanity, a place of resilience, a place of creativity, built on heritage, but always looking towards the future. The SDGs offer us the integrated and comprehensive framework to reimagine our cities and our way of living them. Today's discussion will explore 2 key dimensions of this envisioning process. The creation of a vision. First of all, we have a panel that will talk about how we envision a better future, how the SDGs can help us in envisioning the city we want. And the second panel will talk about the translation of this vision into reality. How do we make sure this vision is translated into concrete strategies, policies, initiatives, and of course, where does the funding come to give life to realize all of these aspirations? Um, we have three speakers on each panel. I will introduce them in a second. They will have 5 minutes each, so that we have a little time for discussion, Q&A after each panel. And in between, as I said, we will have a short presentation. Then we have the second panel, plays it out in the same way. It's an hour and a half for the session, but you'd be surprised how quickly an hour and a half goes when you have exciting speakers and a great discussion lined up. So without further ado, let me introduce the panelists for our first panel discussion, The City We Want, Experiences in Envisioning the Cities of the Future. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Alvaro Blondel, the Executive Secretary, Municipality of La Paz in Bolivia. I believe he's just going to join us in a couple of seconds. Ms. Nuha Ktesh, Executive Director of Strategic Planning, Greater Amman Municipality, Jordan, and Mr. Dan Hill, who is the Director of Strategic Design, Vinnova, the Swedish innovation agency, obviously from Sweden. So while we wait for the Executive Secretary of La Paz, allow me to give the floor to Nuha Ktesh. Nuha, you're joining us very early in the morning today from Toronto. So thank you very much for taking the time. The floor is yours. Tell us a little bit about what Amman is doing, what you are doing, taking into considerations the SDGs in envisioning the future of the city. Amman is, of course, a champion of sustainable development in the region. So I pass it to you, and I have noted that Mr. Blondel is online, so he will be our next speaker. Thank you very much. Nuha, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sherba. Thank you. Actually, I would like, on behalf of my Amman City and myself, I'd like to thank UCLG and UN Habitat and partners and all the perpetrators for this event and make it a success story. So let's start sharing my slides with you. Amman, a livable city with a soul, and this 4 words vision statement for our city, and we are working hard to achieve this vision. Livable is sustainable, and the soul need to be in a good health, breathing a clean air. Next slide, please. Martino, yes. So let's have a quick look to my city. Amman is the capital city of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and it's lays over 800 square kilometers with 4 million population. That means that 40% of Jordan's population lives within this area. And regarding Syrian refugees, after the Syrian crisis, most of the refugees came to our kingdom, and 30% of Syrian refugees lives in our city. So that means that Amman is culturally diverse and also naturally diverse. Actually, from our logo down below, you can see that Amman lays over mountains, and our logo reflects that. And the colorful thing means the harmony and the multicultural are there. This map shows the zoned and unzoned areas and the built-up area. Actually, we can notice that 48% of all lands are zoned and regulated, and the rest is still unzoned with the blue color. And these dark spots are the built-up area, which accounts 37% of the total area. Next. Yes. Actually, part of our urban analysis through the pandemic period this year, Amman, like any other city, suffer from this pandemic and faces so many challenges, actually. So we need to have a new look or a new kind of analysis to our city. So we developed this 3-dimensional density map depending on our GIS data, census data 2019, and also NASA maps. And as you can see, you can imagine the density in our city. It's mainly located in the middle and eastern area, reached up to 48,000 inhabitants per square kilometers. And that's a big challenge, actually. These densified areas needs to be revisited and restudied again. Next, yes. And this is also parts of our new analysis to new urban analysis to the city, and the pandemic teaches us that there should be a new measures to look after your city and to have a new look at the neighborhood level, not only at the metropolitan level. So we use a toolbox developed by the City Form Lab for Urban Network Analysis. Harvard, I think it's a collaboration between Harvard and MIT. So we need urgently to reanalyze our city at the neighborhood level and put in new measures for our new services. Reachability, to deliver service in a proper time when people need it. Our gravity maps, these maps are gravity maps, and we call it heat maps because they shows us the weakness in your city. So we use a measure of 600 meters of walkability distance to test our urban services. We mapped actually, or we test all our urban services, commercial shops, groceries, pharmacies, open spaces, medical centers, hospitals, and all the services that people need through the pandemic, or especially at the lockdown period. So by using this evidence-based approach, we promote integrated urban development in accordance with the 2030 agenda by providing policies for GAM through identifying weak areas, and that will be in compliance with SDG 16, strong institutions. Ensure social inclusiveness of our city by analyzing population density and reachability. So we overlaid our density maps with these reachability maps and also the infrastructure maps. So in a nutshell, access to the city for all and leave no one behind should be the main objective. Everyone should get the service in a proper way at the proper time.
Nuha, I'll have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Oh, okay. So the time passed quickly. So to achieve these SDGs 11s and 16s, these maps will be, and this kind of analysis will be very helpful. Next slide. Okay. And also through the lockdown, we're trying to touch the individual needs because the pandemic teaches us that individual matters and everyone should be happy and satisfied in his city and get all services at the proper time. So we distribute an e-survey through the lockdown area to test the accessibility and reachability for so many services and to see the walkability inside these neighborhoods. And we digitalize all these results and map them and overlay them over our reachability maps or the gravity maps. Okay, next slide. So as a result, our vision for the future is to enhance accessibility to urban services in compliance with SDG 11. And using these advanced tools and the new digital tools will be very helpful. And everyone should be happy in his city and satisfied in his local neighborhood, not only in the entire city. And also, as just to need to mention that the city launched a Amman Climate Action Plan, Green City Action Plan, and all are under implementation. Some projects actually are going on and others are waiting for funding, but everything is settled down and a new project is going on to achieve SDGs. So achieving SDGs and targeting a sustainable city is not an option anymore. This is the lesson we learned after the pandemic. Thank you, Sherba.
Thank you very much, Nuha. Very, 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 very valid and very important points that you just made. Individuals matter. I think that was a very, very important one for me. It's not just cities as a homogeneous entity, as a non-individualized entity. Individuals matter. I think that's very important. And all your action plans must speak to each other. That's another one. And I liked your new measurements, the urban network analysis, reachability index, redundancy index. I think we're really looking at important parameters for future resilience through this. So thank you very much for sharing that snapshot and that experience with us, Nuha. And stay with us. We might have some questions for you from the participants, of course. Moving on, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Mr. Alvaro Blondel, the Executive Secretary, Municipality of La Paz, Bolivia. Alvaro, La Paz was one of the first municipalities in Latin America to articulate its territorial development agenda with the SDGs as a framework. Tell us a little bit about the process that led to the definition of La Paz 2040, and how is it linked to the SDG agenda for La Paz municipality? You have the floor. I would appeal to you to keep to 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hola, muy buenos días. Muchas gracias por el espacio, por la invitación. Un saludo desde una de las ciudades más altas del mundo, nuestra ciudad, La Paz del Cielo. Producto del modelo exitoso de la gestión institucional municipal, ya que estamos trabajando bajo una misma línea política de gobierno hace más de 20 años en el municipio de La Paz y que ha permitido una institucionalidad muy fuerte desde un gobierno local y que ha permitido demostrar en Bolivia de que realmente a partir de las ciudades, a partir de los gobiernos locales, se puede promover el desarrollo de las ciudades y generar políticas públicas significativas que transforman la calidad de vida de los ciudadanos en nuestro país. Es en este sentido que estos planes de desarrollo, en el caso de La Paz, ahora el plan La Paz 2040, La Paz que queremos, genera un proceso de planificación serio, sin improvisaciones y con un alto nivel de participación de la ciudadanía.
Can I please interrupt? Can you switch off your own interpretation, please? If you can switch off interpretation for yourself, then we can have simultaneous interpretation for the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Muy bien. Y en función a eso hemos generado una participación de más de 10,000 personas, que es significativo en un municipio que tiene una población de 1 millón de habitantes. Y asimismo, este plan responde de manera definitiva a desafíos y a problemáticas estructurales de nuestro municipio, como son el cambio climático, la escasez de agua, la contaminación, la seguridad alimentaria it's off my translation, sorry. De igual forma responde a los desafíos estructurales que se tienen en el municipio. Este plan consolida la planificación del desarrollo económico con el uso y ocupación del territorio, articulando el corto, el mediano y el largo plazo de lo que se tiene que hacer en nuestro municipio. Y en este marco, este instrumento es el tercer plan de desarrollo municipal de nuestra ciudad. Como decía, estos planes han dejado de ser instrumentos de estantería para ser instrumentos definitiva que orienten el trabajo de las autoridades y de las diferentes áreas organizacionales, y se convierte en el primer plan de ordenamiento territorial. Por otro lado, también es el primer plan de largo plazo de un municipio en todo Bolivia. Este instrumento también es una guía de transformaciones estructurales y estratégicas que tienen esta visión integral y una visión compartida con miras, reitero, al 2040, y que permiten, por supuesto, tener un norte, tener una guía de hacia dónde tenemos que ir y cómo vamos a encarar los principales problemas del municipio de La Paz. Por otro lado, el municipio de La Paz está enmarcado de manera definitiva en esta Agenda 2030 y por tanto, las metas de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible están relacionadas con varias de sus competencias municipales. Se estima que alrededor de del 63% de las metas de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible tienen relación directa con atribuciones y responsabilidades de los gobiernos locales en Bolivia. Y en ese marco, el municipio de La Paz pues ha respondido en más de 82% de acuerdo al alineamiento y al avance que se tiene, por ejemplo, en el Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible de ciudades y comunidades sostenibles. Por otro lado, también de acuerdo a la evaluación, se tiene un débil alineamiento, por ejemplo, con el objetivo 9 de la industria, innovación, infraestructura, y también con el objetivo 12 de producción y consumo responsable. Por tanto, en esos objetivos es que tenemos que priorizar y fortalecer las intervenciones y acciones del municipio. Por otro lado, respecto al nivel multidimensional integral, tenemos la dimensión social, ambiental, con 71 y 64%, por ejemplo, de alineamiento. Respecto a las 5 P's de personas, planetas, prosperidad, paz y alianzas, tenemos un avance del 70% respecto al tema de paz, 69% respecto al tema de personas. La agenda de los...
ask you to wrap up, please.
Sorry?
I will have to ask you to wrap up kindly.
Ok. Bueno, para terminar, nuestro municipio está definitivamente trabajando en función al alineamiento, al tema de la participación, a los talleres, y en ese marco, pues las prioridades que tenemos están relacionadas a una vida saludable, a la movilidad urbana y sostenible y al trabajo decente. Por otro lado, también no hay que olvidar la crisis del COVID, que ha superado las expectativas sociales, las políticas económicas, y en ese marco, pues, tenemos que también transformar. No olvidemos que el COVID vino para quedarse, y en ese marco tenemos que transformar y modificar todas las acciones y el proceso de planificación que tenemos desde nuestra ciudad. Muchísimas gracias. Un saludo a todos.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important that cities like La Paz are setting the tone by integrating or correlating SDG targets directly with their functions, with their departments, and with their existing plans and projects and responsibilities. So I think that's really that's an important takeaway and lesson for all of the other local governments who are also here in the session, but an important takeaway more generally. Thank you very much, Alvaro, and apologies for the confusion with the interpretation and all of that in the beginning. Let me move straight along to Dan Hill. Dan, you're the Director of Strategic Design at Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency. In this decade of action, innovation is key to achieving the SDGs by 2030. Based on your experiences, could you tell us a little bit about innovative approaches to city planning that that have led to development of shared visions, particularly as Alvaro was talking about, for the future of cities? 5 minutes.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Shipra. Martino, if you can pull up my slides, please, that would be great. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit differently, perhaps. I don't know. I'm a designer by background, urban designer, interaction designer. I've worked on many city strategies, city visions, and so on. And rather than start with a picture of what the city is, or an understanding, a projection of the future or a scenario, what we're doing in Sweden is we're using mission-oriented innovation, really to pull that down to the ground and actually work from the street up, if you like, and then at the street level build mechanisms for co-creating the future together. So it's much more iterative and adaptive process led by citizens and businesses and public sector all working together in deep collaboration. So I call this the 1 minute city. If you go to the next slide, please, Martino. So here's the mission we have. We're looking at the street. The street, in a way, is the basic unit of cities, I'd argue. You sort of get buildings everywhere and you get all kinds of things everywhere else. But the street is a particularly urban thing, really. It's where systems converge. You all know what I mean by a street. Technically, we could have a long discussion about what it is, but instinctively, you know what I mean by it is. And we've built most of our streets in Sweden. I would say probably we have another 20% to build or something before 2050, but most of them have been built. So it's an existing infrastructure which we can address and retrofit and rework. There's something like 40,000 kilometers of street in Sweden. That's about 6 times the size of Paris. If you imagine holding Sweden in your hand and lifting the streets from it and holding the streets in the air, that's a kind of a significant infrastructure. And it's a very different way of addressing cities in that way. And we're trying to ensure that every street in Sweden becomes healthy, sustainable, and vibrant. And that would, of course, because of systems, have a knock-on effect on pretty much everything else in the city, one way or another, from democracy to buildings. Next slide, please, Martina. And so I'll just tell a story of how we've gone from a co-creation process on the left through to prototyping and scaling on the right there in the last year or so. Next slide, please. The first thing we've really done is we did co-creation sessions on the ground with what we call the system in the room. We talked to about 500 different organizations across Sweden in multiple cities. Here you see pictures from people from Ericsson, R&D, you see people from scooter startups, transport planners that are working together in the same room at the same time on the street itself. Next slide, please, Martino. From that, we kind of get these visions of what you could begin to do, retrofitting into the existing environments. These are kind of synthesis coming out of those sessions. Very tangible and clear, I think. Next slide, please. And then we worked with Stockholm in the first instance and found some streets that they could donate to with prototyping. These are streets, real streets in the middle of Stockholm next to schools, but you see they're pretty dead, to be honest. They're being used as car parking, which is the least valuable thing you can do with a street, I think. And so we wanted to explore what else you could do. Next slide. Because they were next to schools, we actually let the school children be the lead designers. So we gave them a kit of parts and let these 6-year-olds actually design what the street is about. This is a super local participative model. Whoever is in the street designs the street. So the residents and users of the street, they're the experts in this sense. They're the best people to actually do the design. So next slide, please. We also did this with the Prime Minister, by the way. That's the Prime Minister of Sweden on the left. I won't tell you who was better at this exercise, him or the kids. Moving on, please, Martina. These are the kind of things that come out of the kids, though, as you can imagine, fake palms, because in Sweden we don't have real palms, unlike some of the people on the call here. Playgrounds, swing sets, chairs. Next slide, please. And then we translated those into a modular, adaptable kit of parts that could build in parking spaces. So these are kind of parking space size. This is borrowing tactical urbanism techniques. Next slide. So that becomes a kind of library, a kit of parts, which then deployed into the streets. These are made from Swedish timber, so they're wooden, they're changing the landscape of the streets. They have multiple applications defined by the citizens themselves. Next slide, please. And the next, you see playgrounds and swings and how they fit into the street and begin to soften the space. Next slide, please. Just keep moving through this, Martina, thank you. Scooter sharing, bike sharing, greenery can start coming in. And again, the applications are designed by the citizens. So we're building a library. The state is effectively holding a kit of parts, like an open source library. The street decides what happens there. Next slide, please. How it links to the SDGs, we have a complex value model underneath that. So this is all these little bits of white text, or bits of research which show the value generated by these single interventions: physical activity, biodiversity. Next slide, please, Martina. So, and so all of those are linked to SDGs. All of that research exists. All of it sits in silos. The biodiversity people never talk to the social fabric people, never talk to the commercial people, and so on. These interventions, because they're systemic, bring it all together. And then if you don't speak Swedish, there's no reason why you would. What this says is the reaction so far, we've done 300 surveys on these 4 different sets of prototypes out in the streets, 70 to 75% positive. About the changes, which is kind of amazing given we're taking car parking away. Usually I get death threats when you take car parking away. In this case, we're getting hugely positive results, which is nice. And much more call for more greenery, more conviviality, social spaces, and so on. Next slide, please. And how does this stop being just prototypes and one-offs? Well, this is why the state using tactical urbanism is interesting. Here we have all of the different layers at play and all of the different partners, including the National Transport Regulatory Authority there at the bottom as well. Municipalities, regions, large companies like Volvo Cars and others, all working together on this thing. Next slide, please.
I'll have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll leave it on this last slide then. So this is actually from the Black Lives Matter protests over the summer, mayoral candidate in Seattle. And this is a key thing, you know, it's not enough just to do the pop-up urbanism, of course, the tactical stuff. And that's why us as the national agency, we're trying to turn every single street in Sweden. And that means a completely different participative approach from the ground up that could then scale. And we're working on what would that add up to if you did flip all of those streets in that way across all 290 municipalities we have in the country. So I'll leave it there. There's a kind of a small scale project which has got the DNA of changing the entire country. Thank you.
Fascinating. Thanks. Thanks very much, Dan. And this is really interesting. And as you said, a contrasting approach to looking at the whole citywide scale first, but rather looking at bottom up, a really micro, hyper-local type intervention and the potential of that to change the world. But thank you. Thanks very much. We're monitoring the chat. I don't see any questions yet, whether in the chat or the Q&A. So let me pose one question to all of you and give you just a minute to think about it, to Alvaro and to Nuha and to you. Let me just ask you one thing. You talked about, each one of you talked a little bit about the different sectors, the different departments, the different silos that typically exist in cities and city administrations. What helped you to break those down? Can SDGs be that common language that different sectoral experts and different stakeholders and different actors can use to communicate and to come to some kind of a common understanding and a common vision? Have you seen that, or is it too far-fetched? Let me start with Alvaro, and then I'll go to Nuha and then to you, Dan. So you get a few more seconds to think about the question. Alvaro, do you think SDGs can be that common language between different players who are helping you define these plans?
Sí, bueno, definitivamente nosotros hemos visto a través de los objetivos de desarrollo una guía, ¿no? Una guía primero para tratar de abarcar de manera integral, de manera equitativa entre las más de 300 zonas, 300 barrios que tenemos a través de los más de 600 zonas, 600 barrios que tenemos en el gobierno municipal de La Paz, que tenemos la atribución de manejar. Y en este marco, esta guía nos permite también medir el criterio integral y la articulación y el avance que tenemos que seguir a través de los diferentes parámetros que establecen los ODS de manera equitativa, de manera igualitaria. y por supuesto tener una sociedad cada vez más humana, ¿no? Centrada en un desarrollo integral, no solo respecto al tema de la infraestructura, sino también a través del rescate de las culturas. No olvidemos que La Paz, que Bolivia tiene una característica muy heterogénea respecto a su interculturalidad. Entonces es muy importante para nosotros rescatar lo nuestro, mantener nuestras raíces, mantener nuestra cultura para generar un desarrollo con mayor respeto, un desarrollo con mayor equidad y un desarrollo con mayor igualdad para todos.
Thank you very much. The underpinnings of the SDGs, the fairness, the justice, the equity, really is the common ground. Thank you. Nuha, what do you think? You're muted,
Okay.
Nuha.
Yeah. Actually, it's not an option that using the SDGs as a common language between all sectors. It's not an option anymore after we passed through this crisis, through this 2020 year. So we need a common language, and all sectors should work on that. And actually, in my organization at the Greater Amman Municipality, all sectors are working together to achieve these SDGs, even at the national level. If you see or follow up the current projects now, they are all going to achieve these goals. So it's not an option anymore. So now everyone should speak this language, the sustainability language, because the nature actually is calling us. And let me just tell you an experience through the pandemic or through the lockdown in our city, because using cars were prohibited and all in industrial Amman is not in that industrial city, but all industries are closed and all commercial shops were closed. And we just make a map of testing the air quality by referring to the air quality indexes centers in Amman. And you'll see a big difference in 2 weeks. The air became clean, and you can see birds, you can see pets, and all between residential areas. So the SDGs is a common language between different players, not only in the same organization or in the same country, but all over the world.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nuha. It is no longer an option. This is really music to our ears as UN agencies, the SDG campaign, and all others who strive to position the SDGs as the framework for recovery. Dan, over to you.
Yeah, I think in a way, yes and no, if I can be provocative, as in this, at the government level, of course, we live and breathe the SDGs. They are literally, the office is full of cushions with the SDGs on them. My kids play with footballs with SDGs on them. So they're kind of around us all the time, all over Sweden, I would say. But we worked with New Division, which is the communications agency that worked on the global goals visualization and branding and the language around it. They're based here in Stockholm. And of course, they pointed out there's a real danger that they could just be more silos. They look like 17 goals splitting in 169 sub-goals. And you have to put them together in something to make them work systemically. They don't do that naturally by themselves. So that's why we focus on things like streets, actually, or schools or forests. And we need to find those things, because those are the things that are systems in reality. Those are the things on the ground, and understand that the street is the place where the SDGs happen or not. And that's where the silos happen or not. If you let the street be managed by the traffic department, you get traffic, the clue is in the name. If you let the street be managed by gardeners, you'd get gardens, right? So what you put into that street, which is a complex system, defines what you get out. So all we've done is said, first of all, we pull the system into the room around the street, and we explore what's possible within that. And that's as diverse as possible. And then we map them to SDGs in terms of outputs. What is that new street doing? As you saw in my visualization briefly, you can map that to all of the SDGs, no problem. But we're trying to find that new unit of organization, which is not siloed. It has to be led through the action. And we're surrounded by those systems every day, those everyday infrastructures. They're the things to focus on, not leading with the SDGs, but understand that the SDGs are in the street or in the school or in the port or whatever. And that's maybe that way around might help.
Very interesting, very interesting. Not everybody lives and breathes the SDGs, and it's important to start from where they are looking from.
Yeah,
I think that's
exactly.
quite important, because otherwise you also risk creating new silos or new ivory towers, if I can use the phrase, which is used for us planners a lot. You can really be looking from a very different perspective. Great perspectives. Thank you very much. I thought that was very, very interesting. I learned a lot. I hope our participants did too. So thank you to all three of you, to Alvaro, Nuha, and Dan for that very exciting discussion. And I hope you will stay with us to the end of the session, of course.
Thank you.
Moving right along, picking up from that discussion around SDGs and cities, and what do SDGs mean in cities, and how can cities tune themselves more towards SDGs? How can they use them as benchmarks? How can they use them as priority setting mechanisms somehow? Or how can they use them as instruments to attract catalytic investments? Let's hear from my colleague David Aubrey. David works for UN Habitat as an interregional advisor, but most importantly, he's our lead on our new innovative SDG Cities flagship program. And I'd like to now invite him. David, I don't see you on camera, but I'd like to invite David. Yeah, okay, there you are. So I'd like to invite you, David, now to present to us the SDG Cities flagship program, led by UN Habitat, but of course with a huge convening of partners behind it. You have about 5 minutes, and I hope that there will be a few more minutes after that for a Q&A. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we'll just jump. So the idea here is that I think we all recognize in this meeting the importance of cities to drive SDGs. And what we aim to do here is to promote a collaborative action across the UN system, across local governments, private sector, civil society, different stakeholders, to unleash the potential of cities to accelerate the sustainable development and improve quality of life for all. And we just jump into the fourth slide, perhaps. But we have to do this in a very systematic way. Go back to the next slide, please. And what's key here is we need to have data that needs to link to a strategic planning process, an inclusive strategic planning process. It then needs to consider spatial planning issues, etc. But then that needs to feed the development of projects which will be impactful on people's lives and on meeting the SDG needs, and then ensure that they're financed. And it sounds quite obvious in a way, but so often this chain is broken. Sometimes we develop data, but that doesn't necessarily feed strategic planning. We might develop fantastic plans, but they don't find themselves into projects, or projects don't get financed. So it's about trying to have a systematic way of going from data to impact. And at the same time, in accordance with the New Urban Agenda, building those capacities needed of local government and institutions in those key urban management skills, so that cities can be well managed. And the ambition of this program is to reach 1,000 cities and impact on 1 billion people's lives. And this is just indicative of the scale. Naturally, this is way beyond what UN Habitat will normally do on its own, but we believe that a collective action can achieve this and more. Next slide, please. So how do we do this in a sort of systematic way? I mean, if we consider the SDGs inside this wheel, and each spoke is an indicator, and the hub is a 0 achievement, and the rim is 100% achievement, and we clustered these around social, economic, and environmental dimensions, for instance, we could we could then start looking at where does our city want to be by 2030? we've got 10 years. On one hand, 10 years isn't much time. On the other hand, 10 years is enough time to generate impact. If we can work with our cities, work with the residents of our cities and stakeholders of the cities to really figure out where do we want to be by 2030 and relate these back to SDG targets. And then next slide, if we're able to measure where we are now, then it's that piece between where we are now and where we want to be that is where we need to put our efforts. And this also sounds quite obvious, but all too often we see that the more privileged communities continue to get investment and we leave less privileged communities behind. And this is an attempt to sort of redress that balance and ensure that services are delivered in a more equitable way, in a way that delivers the city's targets for 2030. And this, the next slide, please. And then this gap between where we are now and where we want to be needs to be then translated into actions. Some of these are sort of what we call software, such as legislation. We've been hearing a bit about air quality, for instance, in Oman, housing strategies, public space policies, etc. But also hardware. Some, what are the investments we need? Do we need to build a bus rapid transit, for instance? Do we need to improve our landscaping? What are the investments needed? Next slide, please. So we need now to then systematize how we work, because if we are trying to reach 1,000 cities, there needs to be a systematic way that we can support cities to reach this. So the first stream, next slide, is really around data and action planning, looking at data, generating evidence that can support an inclusive strategic planning process. And what we're doing currently within the UN system is developing a global urban monitoring framework that puts together urban indicators.
David, I've lost your sound. I don't know what is with the others.
As well as the UN Common Country Assessment, so that we all across the globe are working on the same framework. Next, please. And then the next track then is building those key capacities, looking at planning, looking at institutions and governance arrangements and municipal finance strength, so the city can be a strong entity, an entity that can attract investment, etc. And then the next slide, then we talk about project development and investment. And then as we build the capacity, as cities build their capacities to be accountable, reliable partners to investors, we can then see some of the projects that needs to be impacting on SDGs being financed through blended arrangements. And by the way, we're finding as we reach out to more and more banks that they are interested to invest in SDGs. And they are interested in middle income and developing countries as new emerging markets. So we're trying to just see the synergies, and they're very surprising and very promising. And then lastly, back to data, we then monitor and certify the achievements. So we were impressed when UNICEF had their child-friendly schools and maternity wards certification. We want to be able to work with you and look at what certifies progress in cities. Next slide, please. So as we key to this,
I have to ask you to wrap up, David.
Okay, I'll just leave it on this last slide then, please. Next slide. Yeah. So and the next as well. Sorry, previous slide, and I'll leave it at that one. Previous. So the key then is for us to be developing systematized tools across these tracks, so the cities can access very simply excellent tools on data, excellent tools on action planning, online diagnostic tools in terms of the urban management capabilities, and an investment facility. But key also, as well as having all these tools in place, is partnerships, so that the various institutions, local government associations can own this process, utilize these tools amongst their members, so that we can all be pulling in the same direction. This is just a quick vision of what we're doing. Currently, we're building the tools and starting to onboard the first set of cities. Over to you, Shippa. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Thanks very much. And this really is the perfect bridge between the questions of how to vision and then translate that vision into reality, which is what we're going to talk about in the next panel. And also the very important element of building a vision, also based on data, an evidence-based approach to visioning to realization of that vision. I want to check briefly if there's any questions in the chat or the Q&A. I don't see any at the moment. Okay, there is one question. Fabio, typically I wouldn't ask you to type your question in the chat, but in the interest of time, I'll give you the floor. A very brief question, please, to David, I think. You have the floor.
Buongiorno, grazie a tutti. So se mi sentite bene. Io sono un consigliere comunale di un piccolo comune, 20.000 abitanti del centro Italia, in Abruzzo. E vorrei chiedere a Mr. Audrey, noi stiamo immaginando dei modelli, ho sentito anche i relatori precedenti, per delle grandi città e dei grandi agglomerati urbani. Ma secondo lei o secondo i modelli che la vostra organizzazione sta sviluppando, come le città possono guidare lo sviluppo anche dei territori circostanti, includendo anche i piccoli comuni e le piccole realtà, per esempio delle zone interne? Grazie.
Thank you very much for this question. And this is an interesting question because...
David, you're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for this question. When we started to look at this model for Tanzania, looking at 6 cities, the emphasis was, no, please, can you look at the regions? And I think this is very important, to be able to see city regions, and to be able to have a successful way of looking at the linkages between cities, smaller settlements, villages, etc., and seeing that as a whole. So this is a very important point. And indeed, we are also considering SDG regions, so to speak. And there is a lot of demand from our counterparts on that. So I think this is a very important point, and we are working in that direction. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, David. Important to make sure that we reach not only the large agglomerations and the metropolitan areas, but also smaller settlements, peri-urban areas, and communities within cities, really, as Dan was also talking about on a sort of hyper-local scale. Great, thank you. If there are no other questions, we will move right along, because I've been reminded that we are a couple of minutes behind time. So thank you very much, David. And let me segue straight into our next panel, which is really how to translate visions into realities. In this panel, we have a city and regional perspective, and then we have a more of a national perspective, and a global or an international organization's perspective. So without further ado, let me introduce the panelists. We have Mr. Bart Tommelin, the Mayor of Ostend, Belgium, and the Chair of the Municipalities in the World Committee of Association of Flemish Municipalities. We have Ms. Norliza Hashim, an old friend of Habitat and an old friend of the planning community, is the Chief Executive of Venice, Malaysia. And we have Ms. Gulnara Roll, my colleague from the UN ECE Economic Commission for Europe, the Secretary to the Committee on Urban Development, Housing and Land Management. Welcome, all of you. And again, the rule remains the same, 5 minutes for your initial intervention, and then we'll see if there is any more questions from the floor or from the discussion. Mayor Tommelin, let me start with you. What is the experience of Ostend and of Flemish municipalities in transforming visions into concrete policies? And more generally, How do you see the SDGs supporting strategic planning at the city level? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello from Ostend at the Belgian coast. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 5 years, local governments in Flanders, with the support of their association VVSG, have been frontrunners in localizing the SDGs. For example, almost 2 of 3 out of 3 municipalities have used the SDGs when developing their new multi-annual policy plans for the period 2020-2025. And I would like to share you with some examples and lessons learned from the Flemish case and my own city of Ostend. With somewhat more than 70,000 inhabitants, Ostend is one of the largest cities in the region of Flanders in Belgium. Together with 19 other municipalities, we took part in a pilot project of the VVG to localize the SDGs. As part of this pilot, we committed ourselves to use the SDGs when developing our policy plans after the local elections in 2018. To further refine the strategic goals of the city, we developed inspiration sheets for each topic of the coalition agreement, and you can see an example of such a sheet on this slide. Each inspiration sheet contained references to information in the coalition agreement, relevant city data, and the goals and actions regarding the topic in the previous multi-annual policy plan. However, in addition, the relevant SDGs and sub-targets were also included in this sheet. This assured that as a city government, we used Agenda 2030 as a framework for reflection from the beginning when setting out the course of the city for the next 6 years. And we will continue to use the SDGs when implementing and monitoring our local policy, amongst others, through the follow-up of indicators. In addition, we implement concrete initiatives. For example, compensate air travel by planting trees in Ostend. We also work on broadening the support base for an awareness on the SDGs, amongst others, by participating in the Week of the Sustainable Municipality, an initiative of the VVSG. And during this week, we celebrate local heroes for sustainable development. This year, we honored the dozens of volunteers of the emergency food distribution. Despite of the health risks, they remained active during the COVID-19 lockdown this spring, and they assured access to healthy and affordable food for vulnerable groups. There are many advantages to integrating the SDGs in the local policy. The SDGs are a common language and a reference point for making more focused long-term decisions across boundaries or political parties. Working with SDGs allows for a more strategic approach to sustainable development, taking it out of the corner of environmental policy. In Ostend, for example, within the administration, it's the policy department that takes the lead on the localizing the SDGs. Further, the SDGs provide an incentive for cross-departmental cooperation to realize the SDGs. You have to bring together different experts and city services in order to cover the 5 pillars of sustainable development. What also motivates our commitment to the SDGs are the bottom-up initiatives. A growing number of actors within the city, such as schools, works with the SDGs. Let me also share with you some lessons learned from the Flemish case. Your SDG story can start small, but in the end, you need leadership at the level of both politics and administration. We have also seen that cooperation between the departments of policy, international cooperation, and communication works well. Further, build on what's already there. Show what the city is already doing that contributes to Agenda 2030 link up with existing processes such as the Covenant of Mayors, city events, or existing policy planning mechanisms. It might help to prioritize some SDGs. This can increase engagement of city services and stakeholders, making it easier to take it into account some specific intervention areas when developing and implementation actions, instead of having to look at all 17 SDGs in detail. I conclude, the most important challenges for the coming years will be to keep the dynamic on the SDGs alive and to keep reflecting on the SDGs when designing, implementing, and monitoring local policy. In this, the support of local government associations will remain key. They share knowledge, tools, and information on localizing the SDGs. They bring municipalities together to learn from each other and to share good practices from home and abroad. Further, they lobby for local governments to have a seat at the table in intergovernmental mechanisms and strategies on SDGs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Very, very important. I think the big two takeaways for me are the importance of political commitment. I like the way you linked the SDGs to the coalition agreement and the commitments in the coalition agreement. So it's not just the departments or as you said, the administration, but really the politicians see the value in connecting their agendas to this global agenda. And then, of course, the extremely important role of local government associations at the regional level. In Flanders, you said, the collective commitment of local governments across Flanders, but also at the national level, the regional level, and then, of course, at the global level, as we have seen with the leadership of UCLG. So very much take away those points from your lessons learned from your experience. Thank you very much again. And let me move along to Norlisa. Norlisa, you've heard various perspectives, of course, here today, and Urbanice Malaysia has been a supporter for Asian cities for a very, very long time. Could you tell us a little bit how SDGs are being taken into consideration in Malaysian and maybe more broadly in Asian cities, and how are these visions being transformed into reality? 5 minutes, Norlisa.
Thank you, Shipra. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Norlisa here from Urbanice Malaysia. And I think this discussion on how to translate sustainability vision into reality, I think it's a very important discussion. And it's not as easy as, I hear a lot of interesting stories just now from the very beginning of this session. And some made it really simple, but I think our own journey has been almost 3 years in terms of trying to translate the sustainability vision in Malaysia. Next slide, please. So what we've done actually here in Malaysia is we've introduced the agenda on sustainability to make it a more of a national agenda. Because I think it's not a new agenda for Malaysia. Since 1970s, we've been very committed to the sustainable agenda. This has been translated to a lot of our national documents, planning documents, as well as economic documents. But when the commitment for Malaysia, as long as all other countries, to commit to the Sustainable Development Goals, we looked at how to actually create a common goal and how to make all the agenda that Malaysia has been committed to globally and locally into one universal agenda that could be translated in all documents that we are preparing in the country. So what we did is we introduced the Malaysia SDG Cities, and this Malaysia SDG Cities is a document that we want all our 154 local governments in Malaysia to try to develop at the city level. Because when in our discussion with the national government, we understand that there's a lot of gaps also between the kind of reporting that you could actually do at the national level, as well as the kind of information to achieve some of the targets and indicators that has been set at the national and global level. So the Malaysia SDG cities is actually a document that we want the local government to monitor, to evaluate, and to report on their progress to the national as well as to their sub-national government. And what we've also done is we've linked this tool in terms of making local government more accessible to funding resources. And this is where funding that is supporting sustainable programs, projects, they will be looking at how cities can actually refine their objectives along the pathways of sustainable agenda. So cities now have started to develop their roadmaps. We are actually at a very initial stage. Out of the 154 local governments that we have, we've only around 10% today, and the target is to do like 10 to 15 or 20 every other year. And so cities are now encouraged to develop these plans, and most importantly is to have that vertical integration between local, state, as well as national. So in this process, we've developed the indicators as well. And this is translating the global indicators. And then we have our national statistics department, which is the national agencies that is also responsible for developing national indicators. So what we've done is try to localize some of that national indicators to the local level. So it has been quite a progress that we've started. And not most important is that we also realize that because Malaysian local government are not autonomous, and based on the Local Government Act, they actually cannot fulfill the whole SDG targets on their own. So only about 70% of the SDGs can actually be implemented at the local level. They have to work with subnational governments and national governments, as well as public and private sector, in order to fulfill the balance of the SDGs. So this is something that is in progress, and we've actually asked them to focus on SDGs which are more closer to the issues that they face on the ground. And in the work that we do in some of the cities, we do find that the plans and programs sometimes mismatch against the actual needs of the people. And this is where engagement, stakeholders' commitment, effective collaboration becomes very important in the process of preparing the SDG reports for the cities. Next slide, please. And what we also wanted is that for them to realize, instead of preparing, because a lot of cities were very, very excited to do a VLR, but we didn't want them to go into a VLR process because we are also afraid that it will be just a one-off reporting for the cities. We wanted to have a program that each cities in Malaysia continue throughout the period, aligning it with their own other blueprints locally. They have all kinds of blueprint actually at the city level. Their strategic plans, which is their budgetary plan, their local plan, which is a regulatory document to plan and develop spatially. So we didn't want them to just concentrate on the VLR. And here, that's why when cities are more ready, then only we encourage them to proceed with a VLR report. And in that way also, we are hoping for a more bottom-up approach where we are providing inputs to subnational government as well as the national government, which Malaysia is progressively will be reporting at the VNR level. Next slide, please. And some of the work that we also do as a result of partnership with some of the other organizations in Asia Pacific. We actually organized the Asia Pacific Urban Forum last year together with ASCAP as well as UN Habitat. And in that process, we actually formed an alliance called the Penang Platform for Sustainable Urbanization. So today we have an alliance of about 15 partners, and Venice is co-chairing the committee. And after 1 year in existence, we just recently launched our Asia Pacific Regional Guidelines on VLR. But most interesting is the alliance itself, because we just realized that so many of us working in the Asia Pacific area, and some of us are actually working in the same areas of in terms of either providing training or providing advocacy in areas of preparing cities in their SDGs. So this alliance now have committed to actually assist one another, especially where some of us are in some of the similar cities. So the commitment for the PPSU this year is to support a few selected cities to prepare their VLR. And also we are working in partnerships actually with a lot of organizations to do this, SCAP, UN Habitat, UNDP, IGES, CLGF, and even the ASEAN Mayors Forum and so forth. So this has been some... Yeah. Actually, this is my last slide. So actually, this has been a good journey for us, and PPSU is just 1 year old. So we hope to, in the ASEAN Asia Pacific region, I think our model is through alliances and partnerships. So thank you very much, Shipra.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting indeed. You have a couple of questions in the chat which we can come back to. So you have a moment to think about them while I go to Gulnara. But a couple of things that I wanted to make a link between what you said and what Mayor Thomalin said before you, which was really start with what you have. He said that very explicitly also. We need to start with what we have, and you also use that as a starting point for the work. And second, none of this is going to happen overnight. It's a long journey, and we have to stay the course. I think this is also an extremely important point that I take away. And the final point, which links us to the next speaker, which is Gulnara, is really about the importance of multi-level governance and the importance of vertical integration. You talked about VNRs, you talked about VLRs. Gulnara, of course, the regional commissions have a very, very pivotal role to play when it comes to voluntary national reviews, when it comes to supporting national governments. But what is ECE doing, and in your experience, what are the other regional commissions doing perhaps to assist cities in that process, to make that multi-level governance link, to assist cities to adopt the SDGs and then to monitor them and to transform them into something concrete at the local level? You have the floor, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Shipra, and thank you so much for the invitation and for the very rich discussion, from which I'm learning a lot. And I agree that the last presentation was exactly a very good bridge. So next slide, please. So just to say that regional commissions, at least UNEC is, it's a platform, neutral platform for 56 member states from global north. So it's Europe, Northern America, and Asia, up to Central Asia. I'm secretary to an intergovernmental committee on urban development, housing, and management, which brings senior government officials, who are dealing with housing, urban development, land management, administration. We have usually our annual meeting where senior governments come together, and in between they are also meeting on different thematic workshops and developing guidelines and conventions. And of course, we're working very closely with other 5 regional commissions, located in different regions of the world. And I also would like to say that, especially in this pandemic time, this cooperation between the UN agencies became really critical, not only with regional commissions, but I think on everyday basis we're working with UN Habitat. But I also would like to thank UN Habitat and UCLG for the very good partnership in the organization of the UN Forum of Mayors that we organized actually on the first day of our intergovernmental meeting so we had a committee which has senior government officials, and so on the first day we invited all the mayors, and all the program was developed actually in close partnership with UN Habitat, with UCLG and many other UN partners, and also the city networks. Before this forum of mayors, actually, we also named SDG 11 Day, again, which we co-organized with UN Habitat and Geneva City Hub, which brought 26 city networks. So I think for us, we were extremely excited. And I think this is really a unique opportunity. Many things happened to our friends at the Geneva City Hub. And so all this, I think this cooperation, kind of horizontal international cooperation, is really, really critical. And only in this way we can make a big difference, on ground. What regional commissions are doing to support cities, especially at the pandemic time, I think it's our responsibility. We felt in spring that we should really act, we should do something about this. So the 5 regional commissions, UN Habitat and UN Capital Development Fund, started a project, a global project on building economic resilience during and after COVID-19, which is developing, first of all, diagnostics for 16 cities across the globe to understand what are the economic impacts of the pandemic, and what are possibilities to restart economy, during the pandemics and especially after the pandemic. And UNCDF is providing us a lot of methodology on this, and UN Habitat is providing methodology for mapping and also for the capacity building activities. So I think this project is very important. So in our region, we're working with the cities of Tirana, Bishkek, and Kharkiv in Ukraine, but there are totally 16 cities, and we really see there's lots of interest from many other cities as well, so we'll be really happy to share this experience. UNEC also started a project on addressing the issue of informal settlements. So I think, making a bridge from the Forum of Mayors to this project on economic recovery, I would like to say probably, after this horizontal intergovernmental international cooperation, the second is what was just mentioned was the vertical cooperation. In this project discussions, this is what we see, that cities actually quite limited in what they can do in terms of restarting economies. They need a lot of involvement, the easing regulations for housing, for economic development from the national government. And we hear it for each of our country. We hear it on an everyday basis, how much the national regulations actually affect the economic activities on ground. So definitely this vertical cooperation is something what we're trying to help with. So we're also hoping to have the next discussion at the Regional Forum for Sustainable Development that we'll have in March. So definitely it will be a very important topic. As my colleague Esteban Leon at UN Habitat is saying, that we're not speaking about best practices yet. We're speaking about experiences. And this is really very important that we team together to really, through these workshops that you are organizing and through many other events, to really understand what methodology is working or not. And what UNEC is also doing together with UN Habitat and with ITU is we're secretariat to the global initiative named United for Smart Sustainable Cities, which brings together 16 UN agencies. And we launched recently a thematic group to discuss methodologies for assessing, evaluating the economic impact of COVID on the economic activities on ground. Next 2 slides, please. And finally, just not to take much of your time, I would like also to stress the topic of data. This is also something we've mentioned. I agree that the issue of volunteer local reviews is coming up very frequently, and we also contacted with many unions, national unions of local authorities, with a big excitement of doing volunteer local reviews. But what we are trying to do, I agree, is that it shouldn't be a one-time effort. So we are working within one of our projects on the smart sustainable cities approach, so that we are using the key performance indicators for smart sustainable cities, which are coordinated already with SDG indicators, but we are really happy to discuss also with other organizations, because there are hundreds of different indicator systems, just to make sure that we're actually using the evidence-based approach to measuring the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, but also just making sure that the monitoring of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda SDGs is done using the data. There are not very many activities yet, but we see that, especially in coordination of the DESA, the process is going on. So I think it's very well that it's globally coordinated in the run-up to the high-level political forum. So, and we're really happy to coordinate and work together with everybody. Thank you very much. Back to you, Shipra.
Thank you so much, Gulnara. So important. So many messages coming out, which are very, very similar. A lot of resonance in the room, I think, around the issue of cities are not, going to be able to do this alone. There's a lot of facilitation, barrier breaking required from higher levels of government, a lot of enabling environment, the question of voluntary local reviews, they're linked with voluntary national reviews, and why they should not be a one-time affair, but also, something that becomes normalized as part of the policy planning process. Only then they remain relevant. Thanks very much. I think those are very, very important. And your final point, I think the biggest point for us is, we talk about coordination, horizontal, vertical, but the high-level international horizontal coordination, extremely important among the different international actors, particularly in the UN. Thanks. Very quickly, because we're running out of time, I will take up the 3 questions, 2 questions in the chat and 1 comment. I think the both questions are to you, Norlisa. One is on indicators. We heard the issue about indicators come up again. When you are developing the indicators, do you also set concrete targets, or do you leave it to local governments to set their own targets? I think there's an important question that perhaps I would also like the others to pitch into. And then the second is about incentivization for local plans. But perhaps the target question is a bigger one. If you can take that, very good.
Okay. Yeah. So for us, what we did with the indicators is nationally we also have target set. We have like unemployment target set, housing targets. We even have carbon emission targets at the national level. So we in the first level, we try to encourage the local governments to translate the national targets also locally. But at the same time, some cities, just subnational governments also have set some targets for them, So, but where targets are not available at the local level, we encourage them to actually do a gap analysis. And that's where the indicators are not just quantitative. We also have a set of indicators which are also qualitative. I think the whole idea is to encourage the local councils and local government to start to develop some level of collating information, understanding what their needs are, and assessing their long-term plans to achieve the sustainable agenda. So that's why our targets and indicators are actually in a way quite broad and both qualitative and quantitative at the same time. And on the local government side, yes, we do ask them to actually align their local plans with the SDGs. And we are very actually fortunate because the ministry also regulate local plans through our Federal Department of Town and Country Planning. So we work very closely with them. And incentives are currently through budgets, where local governments are incentivized further through the development budgets that they applied from the federal government, and projects which are more SDG related or compliance will have a better chance to get the budgets. And in terms of legal framework, we are now discussing, actually we are in the midst of amending our Town and Country Planning Act, and there's a big discussion. A lot of people in our engagement are asking us to to be more firm in terms of ensuring sustainability agenda is put in very firmly in the legal framework. So it's still in discussion, and we are not sure how the wordings will be because we still want, regulatory frameworks. I think needs to be slightly more flexible also at some time.
Great, thank you. I think the incentivization and eventually leading to a regulatory framework, perhaps when the incentivization has already worked to bring people on board. That's more of the approach here. Thank you. There is an extremely important comment and reflection in the chat on the VLRs, that the VLRs cannot be a one-time effort, and the experience of the city of Ghent, where in 2020, they've started with an overview of indicators for the 17 SDGs, and in the next years, they will use it to have discussions on particular thematics and generate particular reports, people, prosperity, planet, etc., highlight good practices, and in 2024, they will do another report on the full 17 SDGs as a VLR, a very interesting approach. And we might reach out to you, to the city of Ghent, to understand this a bit more and work with you. My colleague Martino is in charge of that. So thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the chat or any other requests from the floor. And we are very close to the end time. So let me quickly try and sum up. Gosh, how difficult is it to sum up such a rich discussion? But I will use maybe a shortcut, maybe a keywords and key phrases method to sum up this conversation. What did I hear out of this? I think starting with saying that indeed the SDGs can be a common language and reference frame, but you have to start with systems that people identify with, that resonate with people's lives and their daily needs and priorities, and not just, the SDGs as an abstract notion. We heard from several people about the importance of data and the importance of evidence-based policy formulation and evidence-based action. That came out quite strongly. We heard also, I think, from every single one of the panelists, that how long and complex this journey can be, and the importance of staying the course. We heard about the importance of multi-level governance and vertical integration, not just horizontal. We all talk about bringing a lot of stakeholders together at the city scale, but we're really talking about from hyper-local to national to international and all the scales in between, the importance of everybody doing their part, because not one level can resolve these issues or achieve the sustainable development goals alone. The importance of starting with what you have also came out quite strongly in a number of presentations, and the absolute criticality of political commitment in this process, whether it is an individual mayor or whether it is an association of mayors, or it is the world federations, the global networks of local governments and the political mobilization. The political commitment to the SDGs is an absolutely fundamental imperative if we have to realize these visions and convert them into reality. And I want to leave you with a final thought, which is which is my takeaway, that the common language of sustainability, of fairness, of equity, of justice, a lot of you said it, but Alvaro said it best, this common language, Noha said it, is not a choice anymore. This is not a choice. We cannot bounce back to an old reality. We have to bounce forward to a more just, to a more sustainable, to a more resilient, to a more fair and equitable future. And this is really what the SDGs are about. On that note, I would like to hand over to my dear friend Diana Lopez, who has some information on very exciting bonus elements for you as part of this Venice City Solutions Jamboree over these 2 days. Diana, the floor is yours. And thank you all very much from me for this very interesting session.
Thank you so much, Shipra. And this is the moment when everybody will clap and we'll have the room full of energy and ideas. And then we will go for a coffee break, which is always the most interesting part of the event. So now we invite participants to leave your square boxes of the rooms where you are and go out in the streets of Venice. Our local partner, AICRE, has prepared wonderful videos that will take you to Venice, to its people, to its communities, to how people live in these extraordinary cities, also so full of challenges. So you will see some of the challenges and some of the joys of Venice in these videos. So we invite you to go and see the videos that have been produced by AICRE and the local partners, which are the Ca' Foscari University of Venice, the Studium group, and of course our partner Lavazza, who has prepared very special coffee breaks for this event. Then you have also available the one-on-ones interviews with Francesca Lavazza, with Priyanka Sinha, with Tatiana Bilbao, and with Marlene Simon. So we had 4 keynote speakers, and the 4 were women on this occasion. Just technically, you will have the videos in the YouTube channel. We had some problems with the subtitles, and we wanted to make sure that everybody had subtitles, so we changed the link a couple of times. So my question is, just go to the YouTube channel and click on the videos. So disregard the agenda because it has some technical, we're all experimenting with this. So thank you very much, and we'll start the session at 3. The channel, the Zoom channel remains open, so you can enter and exit in this same link from Zoom. Thank you very much.
Hola, ¿se oye?
Hola, Johanne. Bienvenida a Bilbao.
Hola.
Sí, se oye perfectamente.
Gracias.
Hola, Firdao, buenas tardes.
Hola, Emilio, bienvenido.
¿Qué tal? Muchas gracias.
Te oímos perfectamente también.
Perfecto. Bueno, pues silencio ahora.
Will? City of Xi'an, are you there?
Hola, simplemente confirmar que la presentación la ponéis vosotros desde allí,
Sí.
vosotras, ¿verdad? Perfecto.
Sí, la pone el equipo.
Muy bien, muchísimas
Perfecto.
gracias.
A usted. Hi, Xi'an.
Yep.
We
glad to
hear you
meet you.
perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah. How are you? Where else?
We are fine. We are fine. Entering slowly the winter time, but we are doing fine.
Oh, great. It's a
Happy to
it's
see
a
you
long
from month to
session.
month.
Yeah.
Sorry?
So I mean it's a long session.
Yeah.
2 days meeting is really long for you. Yeah. I will. All right.
Yeah, but it has been so enriching and so interesting. So yeah, I think we will be having, it was more than worthwhile. It was very interesting to nurture our minds with all the exchanges. It was nice.
Yeah, that's perfect actually. We learned a lot actually from these 2 meetings.
That's true.
Yeah, 2
That's
days
true.
meetings.
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you for being there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. City of Rome. Sí. Carla Carvione. Hello, Jesper. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Do we have Luca Bergamo with us? Connected? Xavi? Luca Bergamo. Not connected. Señor Mariano Bar. Javier, bienvenido.
Hola, gracias. Muchas gracias.
Así te escuchamos y estamos seguros que te podemos escuchar bien. Gracias.
Bien.
Xavier, ¿estás ahí?
Hola, Firdaus. Sí.
Hola.
Bien.
Vale, genial. Te escuchamos muy bien. Hasta ahora.
Gracias, hasta ahora.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes, Emilia.
It's really good to see you. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Emilia. Hola.
Un gusto veros a todos. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Aquí los diehards, Friday afternoon. Sabemos que podemos contar con vosotros, así es.
Buenas tardes y buen día.
Imaginémonos en Venecia.
Bienvenida a Buenos Aires. Bienvenida a
Gracias. Acá estamos a la mañana todavía, pero...
Razón de más.
Les damos las buenas tardes.
Welcome, dear friends. Welcome to Venice again. Welcome to this session on celebrating UCLG's new initiative, Local for Action Hubs. We are transforming the world. We are transforming the goals, and we are making them as local as they can be. And this is why we are here together today. And that's why we consider Venice City Solution as the hubs of hubs for UCLG. You know, there is a story behind the process that we have gone through to consider the global goals, the sustainable development goals, as our own goals at local and regional level. And this has not always been an easy story. We had a moment where there was very little clarity about why we local and regional governments and the communities we serve should be embracing these global goals that seem to be distant and have been decided in some place far away from us. Those of us that went through the process of the development of the Millennium Goals and then got involved in the Sustainable Development Goals were convinced that this was a different process, a different moment, and a different opportunity. And I am very happy to say that our political leadership in United Cities and local governments, local and regional governments around the globe understood this also very quickly. But they only understood it when they understood that the Sustainable Development Goals were the priorities that they were already implementing at local level as well. And that the connections between those goals would make all the difference. They, in fact, said to us not that long ago in Durban, 1 year ago, that the transformation that we need to be brought about in our development model will only be possible if we respond to the dreams and expectations of the communities that we serve. And if we take the collective responsibility to adjust and make sacrifices on a fair, equal, and sustainable basis. The transformation, that change, will be local or it will simply not be. In an intertwined world, local issues are no longer to be solved at local level, and global transformation responding to the needs of the communities is not possible without local ownership. We think that the 2030 Agenda represents an opportunity to renew the social contract, to rethink relationship, and making this global agenda our own is the only way towards transformation. This is why we think that making the global agenda our own and ensuring that local issues give shape to the transformation is what we understand as localization. For us, localizing is not simply implementing what has been agreed elsewhere. For us, localizing is making sure that our ambitions, our expectations shape the world that we share together. And this is a very important concept for the Local for Action Hubs that we will be presenting today, and to advance in the discussion on how our world needs to look like, particularly after surviving this very special moment that we are all going through, that has put a magnifying glass in many of the priorities, in many of the challenges. Equality, justice has become even more important than before. And I would say solidarity as well. Solidarity as a beacon for security, very much in the DNA of our municipal movement. So this is the atmosphere that I want you to be discussing at today. We are going to show you a video of what many of the cities around the world are already doing and how they have committed to transform some of the things that they had identified in international processes of localization, which we call Local for Action Hubs. Let's see that video, colleagues. Okay, that's the beat. That is the speed that we want to go at. It's a moment of acceleration. And sustainable development goals go from addressing youth dialogues and intergenerational transformation to culture, to gender equality. We want to learn together. We want to enhance ownership. We want to make sure that what we do at local level is known to others, but we also want to impact the international policy development. This is where the Venice solution comes in, and this is where the different type of partners that we have around the table are so important. We at the municipal movement will take care of the learning among each other. We need to ensure, however, that these diversified stakeholders interact with each other and impact each other's agenda. That's the challenge now, making the local global and the global thinking locally as well. Let us hear now from the Director of Foreign Affairs Office of Xi'an. We are very excited because Xi'an is the first city in China that has, I would almost say the world, but I will not, because there were many in that race, but certainly the first city in Asia that decided to embrace the notion of local for action. And they did it with a very, very exciting approach, which is linking education, diversity, and inclusivity, and involving cooperation and promoting intergenerational opportunities for all. So I'm really excited that the mayor of Xi'an, our co-president, is represented today by Mr. Qian Zheng. I understand he will be speaking in Chinese, so you know we have interpretation. The floor is yours, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Emilia says. And I think the music is very good and the video is very good too. And dear colleagues and dear friends, just allow me to start by thanking our co-organizers, Italian Association of the European Council of Municipalities and Regions, UN Habitat, the UNDP, and the UN SDG Action Campaign with UCLG for this 2 days event. I'm privileged on behalf of Mr. Lin Mingyuan, Mayor of Xi'an, and co-president of UCLG to join this meeting and exchange experiences with all our members. Since its adoption in 2015, great efforts have been made to fully understand and implement the SDGs, and we have now entered the decade of action. Yet, as we speak, the pandemic is wreaking havoc across the world. People are still risking their health and welfare, making through this painful experience. To contain this virus, stabilize the economy, and protect livelihood remain a long and arduous journey for all countries, cities, and communities. In this meantime, we have to accept the truth that unionism and protectionism are on the rise. Global governance system faces new challenges, whether we want it or not. The COVID-19 is reshaping our world. The year 2020 is expected to see a 4.4 contraction of the world economy, 13% to 32% decline of global trade, and almost 50% plunge in international investment, which definitely will hinder our work concerning SDGs. For combating the pandemic and pursue a brighter future for mankind, cities, and always with no doubt at the forefront. With such obligation, we need an international platform to exchange experiences on local governance, to share the good practices, and to demonstrate how local experiences are transforming global policies. Therefore, UCLG launched Local for Action Hubs, an initiative for cities around the world to share their wisdom on how to implement SDGs in local and regional sphere. The proposals submitted by members on Local for Action Hub have covered a wide range of topics: culture, youth, climate, green space, gender equality, electrical transmission, public services, partnership, education, and so on. I believe each of them is the result of hard work and collaborative effort, which will surely be inspirational for us to figure out the most efficient and effective way to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. In this blue session, valuable initiatives are to be introduced and studied. New forms of partnerships are encouraged, and in-depth discussion on shaping a sustainable society is welcomed. Now, please allow me to share our proposal on behalf of the Mayor of Xi'an. Our design for the hub is based on the city's future, on a combination of history and vigor. With a 3,100-year city history, Xi'an developed an atmosphere of inclusiveness and thus embraces diversified culture. And the 63 universities and 1.3 million interested students kept pumping fresh blood for the society, for the city. So together with UCLG's, Xi'an Jiaotong University, and global and local civil societies, we are planning to launch a youth education and a dialogue hub, focusing on the localization of the global forum. 11 and 17, which is designed to provide equal and quality education programs, enable dialogues among various social and cultural backgrounds, and encourage mutual understanding. The hub will also become a bridge for Xi'an to expand its interactions with the global network. Improving local governors' capacity requires good academic education for civil servants, for they are profoundly involved into policy designing, amending, and implementing processes. To promote regional interactions and UCLG, a scholarship program for public servants from local and regional governments will be launched this year by Xi'an, inviting 30 officials from the Asia Pacific region to pursue master or doctorate degree at Xi'an Jiaotong University. Subjects provided by the university include, but not limited to, administration management, sustainable development, digital technology, and energy. It's a universal consensus that the young have been and will be always be steering the future for the world. Providing trainings to youth is also part of Xi'an plan. A global youth leadership training program will be held annually with one specific SDG as a topic each year. Localizing SDGs is a task requiring the efforts of generations. Therefore, the training for young people from different cultural backgrounds to improving their leadership can ensure a sustainable and effective long-term implementation. As a place of light, liberty, and learning, colleges and universities have a unique power to guide students. It's important to ensure that our higher education enables students to learn the importance of sustainable development and how to localize SDGs. With the assistance of the University Alliance of the Silk Road, an organization with 151 members in higher education, we call on universities and colleges to include SDGs into their training programs through seminars, elective courses, campus publicity campaign program, as well as other diversified approaches. We can create an atmosphere for students to discuss, learn, and research on the topic, which might lead to more innovative solutions addressing challenges in current city governance. To benefit the action of experience sharing worldwide, we will also launch a high-level youth dialogue forum for young officials every year to discuss local issues and exchange ideas. We hope more youth to be encouraged in dialogues with political leadership to make sure their voice can be heard. Let us work together to overcome difficulties and pursue the implementation of the SDGs at a local and regional level. We should keep in mind that our civilization will only grow and shine when the obstacles and the hindrances in communications are removed, and when exchanges and dialogues are made for nothing, but a better world with no one and no place left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sian. Thank you for this impressive presentation. It has all the ingredients. You see, this is why we wanted to start with you. Of course, our co-presidency deserves a special mention, but I think it really builds on the very core values of a city like Xi'an that has always considered culture, education, and youth as a very critical value of the city, and it expands the relevance with this link to the international. It wants to receive and give back. It wants to foster exchange. And I also really appreciate the focus on the civil servants. Those that are going to be providing the services will also need to assume this narrative and these values as their own. So we really look forward to following the work of Xi'an, and I hope that the cities that are joining us here today can also interact with Xi'an, maybe send some of their youth and their technical services to Xi'an, and vice versa, to learn from each other. So thank you very, very much. We were describing at the beginning the framework of the SDGs as a very valid framework, also in this time of crisis, in these trying times of the pandemic. They have proven to be the right priorities to follow. The very good basis for a social contract we have always called for, but in order to develop this social contract in this very foundational moment that also our colleagues from Xi'an were describing, where we are going to be facing so many challenges, we will need to accompany this by a new pact. In United Cities and local governments, we have decided to work towards a pact for the future. And that pact for the future within the frame of the SDGs, we need to have three key pillars: people, planet, and government. Connecting to people is critical, and that will be the topic and the red thread of the first panel of this very diverse session. It's a mission impossible. I already need to tell you that we finish on time with so many of you, with so many things to tell, but we are going to do our best. So I'm going to ask you to be as brief as possible. Please don't go over the 5 minutes. I will be strict. And I want to start with Luca Bergamo, the Vice Mayor of Rome. culture as the fourth pillar for sustainable development has always, I would say always, for a very long time, has been at the core of our advocacy in United Cities and local governments. In fact, we really wanted to have a standalone goal on culture. We have fought for a much more critical role of culture in the SDG agenda. And we are now putting our new charter, the Rome Charter, we call it, for cultural rights, at the heart of the working with people, connecting with people, the People's Pact of this future social contract. So Luca, welcome, and tell us how you are looking at the hubs and how you see culture playing a role here.
Thank you very much, Emilia. Thank you very much to those that are hosting us and all that's sharing this time. You know, that the local for action approach, we thought to interpret it from an angle, and the angle is gathering as many cities around the world to think and elaborate a framework about concerning the role that cultural life plays in development. That's the very basis is the world about. And in order to do so, we decided that, so the starting point was shifting a little bit the angle, not considering culture as generic, but looking at something that was clearly stated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that recognize the right to everyone to freely participate in culture of their community, enjoy the arts, and sharing the benefits of science. What's the point here? The point is that freely participating in the cultural life of the community has a large implication, because obviously implies that the cultural participation in the life of community is part of the essential element for people's life in order to be citizens, fully citizens, and therefore for human emancipation. At the same time that the society and the public sector have the duty to remove the obstacle that impede the fulfillment of this right, the very same way that we think that we have removed the obstacle for the kids to go to schools. So the Charter is about that, is trying to build a framework that allow every city to approach the issue from a different angle and providing with ideas, tools, and a language that is able to allow coalition that connect the local authorities, the society, and an impact in the global debate. So it's like this kind of multi-layers cake. It's a very simple things, kind of pleasant to eat, but at the same time extremely dense of knowledge, concept, and opportunity. How we did is basically during the first wave of the pandemic, we gather online initially 20 cities and 20 networks and 50 experts, and eventually became 45 cities, 45 networks, international networks, and over 1,000 experts to collectively provide with thoughts and actually write in a multilateral approach, something that we consider a pollstar for everybody, and do it in a way that is comprehensible to anybody and that is no way has a colonialistic approach. So truly respectful of all diversity. As a result of that, there's a work we are doing here in Rome together with UCLG that is defining opportunities, services, and further activity that spans from education, knowledge implementation, as well further meetings and artistic productions, That will be, I guess, ready to be illustrated in specific in a month ahead. What we did before was coming up with this document, organizing a hybrid conference with almost 1,500 registered participants in over 100 cities, and having conversation with the executive bureaus, UG, the World Council, and the United Nations, so to move ahead, let's say, the playground of the conversation that the cultural life plays on sustainable development. Why that? And I'm going to close because I guess I'm getting to the 5 minutes. If you say that each one of us has the right to participate in the cultural life, it means that every one of us or the institution had the responsibility to remove the obstacles that prevent those, even those most disenfranchised, to participate in the cultural life of the community. And that implies acknowledging the community exists, and that implies that even the physical space of the mobility or the distribution of certain function in the physical space of the cities are essential in order for this right to be fulfilled, as are basic primary school. The notion behind is that participating in the cultural life of the community is an essential experience for the people to build social capital and to develop cultural capabilities that enable them to dialogue instead of five, one against each other, and to enter in a process that enable to understand. It doesn't mean agree, it means understand the existence of points of view that are different from yours, with which you enter in a constructive process. So that's the very notion that was behind the Article 27 of Human Rights Declaration. It's not by accident that the Human Rights Declaration was written after the Second World War. It was written to state what are the fundamental conditions that enable the human development, the human emancipation, so to avoid the rebirth or the condition that led to the Second World War. To this point, we made this move, and this document that we worked with all the cities and that we are discussing in a multilateral exchanges with new cities include these notions, and one fundamental notion is that the local authorities bear their responsibility for the fulfillment of this fundamental right. Each one in a different way, because cultural, physical, political, legal contexts are different. So no one has an interest to teach to anybody how to do it. What we actually want is to discuss, understand what are the funding things, and help us, each one in the different condition, to understand what are the implications on adopting this point of view. And that's a work that has begun a few months ago, and I guess it will last for kind of long period.
That's what we hope, that is going to be inspiring us for decades to come. Thank you very much, Luca. And the reason, there is a very strong thought behind this, which also builds a little bit on the provocative talk that Tatiana Bilbao gave us yesterday, the architect that was there with us. She was actually challenging us to think how different our societies would be if we would create a different space to develop our inner self. And if the inner self development would impact more the public space and the public life. And this is also a little bit what the declaration is, our charter is bringing about. And this pandemic has made something very obvious, which is surviving is not enough. Survival has never been enough for the human race, for the humankind. We prefer not to be safe and to be able to challenge a system and to achieve something. And that is part of our values and our patrimony. I think by looking at the world from the perspective of the right to culture, to the cultural rights, we are putting many new scales of values on the table. which will be very relevant to develop that new pact for the future. So thank you very much, Luca. And I am going now to Bilbao, to Oyani Aguirregoitia, Counselor for Citizen and International Participation. She is going to run us through a very interesting concept that Bilbao is also proposing to work as a hub. And we are very proud that many have already inquired, what is that exactly? Oyane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Emilia. Muchísimas gracias, Emilia, y buenas tardes a todos y a todas desde Bilbao, o como decimos también en euskera, la lengua milenaria de los vascos y las vascas, arratsaldeon guztioi. Antes de nada, y en nombre del alcalde de Bilbao, a quien represento hoy aquí, Juan Mari Aburto, quiero agradecer a CGLU la confianza que nos ha dado para que nuestro proyecto Bilbao Balio en Iría pueda formar parte de los Local for Action Hubs. El proyecto Bilbao Balio en Iría o Bilbao Ciudad de Valores nace desde la firme convicción del alcalde de Bilbao de que los valores son el motor de tracción de las personas y también del desarrollo humano de una ciudad. Y desde esa firme convicción, Bilbao Ciudad de Valores nació como un espacio de trabajo colaborativo, de reflexión y de debate para el fomento y el desarrollo en Bilbao de un marco de valores que sea compartido y que nos ayude en este caso a abordar los principales retos de la ciudad y los que tenemos también como sociedad. Desde una acción basada en la colaboración y en el compromiso individual y colectivo, se trata de avanzar juntos y juntas en aquello o a partir de aquello que nos mueve. En este sentido, como una imagen vale más que 1000 palabras, queríamos compartir con vosotras y con vosotros un pequeño vídeo que nos ayuda a transmitir lo que es la esencia del proyecto en sí mismo y cómo hemos llegado hasta aquí. No se oye. Bueno.
What kind of city do we want Bilbao to be? How do we want the people of Bilbao to connect with each other? Did you know that since 2018, Bilbao has had a Charter of Values supported by over 2,000 people and 128 organizations? Bilbao's Charter of Values is the result of a long and challenging journey in which people from the city have played a key role. It all started in 2016 when Bilbao City Council, in collaboration with various organizations, associations and groups, launched the Bilbao Balio en Iria initiative. The aim was clear: to improve the quality of life, well-being and happiness of the people in and around the city. After several months of work and countless meetings and events, the City Council approved the Bilbao Charter of Values in 2018, a charter which sets out 17 core values. Respect for human rights is the key pillar of the Charter, together with striving for social justice, equality between men and women, and solidarity. In the next group of values, we have diversity and inclusion, commitment, and environmental sustainability. In addition to these values, the citizens of Bilbao chose living together in harmony, identity, making an effort, and joint responsibility. Finally, the Charter finishes with participation, trust, creativity, honesty, hope, and health. These values are the driving force for human development in a city, and the people of Bilbao have identified our 17 core values. Now it's time to get to work, and we hope you'll join us.
Este proyecto que acabamos de ver a través del vídeo nos representa para la ciudad nuevos retos y también nuevas ilusiones, entre ellos uno que es muy importante para nosotros y nosotras, que está relacionado con actuar desde lo local para impactar en lo global. Bilbao Ciudad de Valores ha identificado los valores que la ciudadanía bilbaína quiere que vertebren el desarrollo de la ciudad, y las actuaciones también alineadas a estos 17 valores serán parte de nuestro compromiso con los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y con la Agenda 2030 de las Naciones Unidas. El Local for Action Hub para nosotros y nosotras es una oportunidad para compartir en este caso la metodología de participación y co-creación de la Carta de Valores de Bilbao, así como la hoja de ruta que hemos establecido para ella, en el despliegue en el ámbito local y en el internacional también. Y entendemos que al fin y al cabo esto nos va a permitir escalar una metodología para que las ciudades y los gobiernos locales de todo el mundo puedan elaborar su propia carta de valores desde la participación ciudadana. En el vídeo hemos visto, podemos ir unas diapositivas más adelante, siguiente diapositiva, por favor, siguiente. También ahí, en esa, gracias. La anterior. Una menos, gracias. Veíamos en el vídeo lo que ha sido la primera etapa de trabajo del proyecto en sí mismo, que era esa fase de lanzamiento del proyecto, del desarrollo de la Carta de Valores, de la aprobación en el pleno de la misma y el plan de despliegue con distintas acciones, premios para jóvenes, la carta propiamente dicho, identificación de proyectos municipales alineados con la Carta de Valores y evaluación de su impacto. Y lo importante ahora es cuáles son los siguientes retos. Siguiente diapositiva, por favor. En este caso, vamos a dinamizar la propia red y las personas que están adheridas a la Carta de Valores desde ese compromiso individual y desde una pregunta muy directa, que es qué podemos hacer cada uno de nosotros y nosotras por afrontar esos retos de ciudad y por alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Vamos a seguir implicando a más colectivos, a empresas, al ámbito empresarial en este caso y al tejido social del municipio, y lo hacemos porque creemos que realmente este compromiso colectivo con los valores será lo que nos permita avanzar en la ciudad y poder seguir compartiendo. Necesitamos construir para poder compartir, y desde esa convicción espacios como el de hoy nos ofrecen una oportunidad única de compartir y de seguir creciendo. Como Bilbao estamos encantados y encantadas de poder compartir este proyecto y hacer que esa Carta de Valores se puede multiplicar, que crezca y que nazca también junto con otros gobiernos locales, que crean efectivamente en ese liderazgo de los gobiernos locales y de las ciudades y en los valores como motor de avance para una mejor sociedad en su triple dimensión medioambiental, económica y sociosanitaria en estos momentos. Muchísimas gracias por vuestra atención. Muchísimas gracias a CGLU por darnos esta oportunidad. Eskerrik asko bihotz alkatearen izenean. Muchísimas gracias en nombre del alcalde de Bilbao.
Eskerrik asko, Janet, realmente muy, muy bonito. Yo os aconsejo que hagáis un Google y que vayáis a la carta, porque se exponen unas cosas muy interesantes. Vuelvo a la charla provocadora de Tatiana. Lo individual y lo colectivo se conectan en nosotros mismos, en los humanos, pero también tiene el gobierno un papel muy importante de conexión. Y la introducción a la Carta de Valores de Bilbao dice que lo que se busca es un mínimo común denominador. Un mínimo común denominador. Como decía Luca, no podemos estar todos de acuerdo en todo, pero sí que podemos identificar aquellas cosas que nos conectan. Y es muy interesante ver a qué tipo de valores nos referimos, porque en el ámbito más individual están cuestiones como la confianza, la creatividad, la ilusión, la salud, la honestidad. Y después, a medida que te vas acercando a lo colectivo, está la corresponsabilidad, la convivencia, la identidad. Y vamos poco a poco a un núcleo en donde están la igualdad entre el hombre y las mujeres, la solidaridad, la justicia social. Realmente es como un puzzle que va encajando. Sin esta Carta de Valores de Bilbao no es posible construir un pacto hacia el futuro. Y es ahí donde vemos como los Local for Action Hubs son esas rutas, esos caminos que nos van llevando a la transformación global. De verdad, muchísimas gracias y por favor, miradlo porque tiene muchísimo interés. Vamos ahora a la ciudad de Santa Fe, a Mariano Bar, Legal and Technical Director of the State Secretariat for Equality and Gender, a different part of the world, a different approach, but we are delighted to have you with us. Realmente bienvenido. Mariano, adelante.
Hola, hola a todos, muchas gracias. Primero que nada, hacerle llegar el saludo del gobernador de la provincia, Omar Perotti, de la secretaria de Estado de Igualdad y Género, que no nos pudo acompañar por cuestiones personales, y de la secretaria de Cooperación Internacional, que es Julieta de San Félix, un poco responsable de que estemos participando hoy aquí. La propuesta, lo que queremos contar que venimos haciendo en la provincia de Santa Fe desde diciembre del año 2019, que fue cuando se asumieron nuevos desafíos de gestión, fue, en primer lugar, crear esta Secretaría de Estado de Igualdad y de Género, que no solamente aborda la cuestión específicamente de género, sino que en su ámbito tiene las políticas públicas de juventud, con tres objetivos generales muy concretos. El primero, y el que es más importante para aquí, es la territorialización de las políticas de juventud. Y eso tiene que ver con que la provincia de Santa Fe cuenta con 365 municipios y comunas, y nuestro objetivo es tratar de llegar o hacer todos los esfuerzos para que en los 365 municipios y comunas haya políticas de juventud generadas por y para la juventud. Es decir, el ATR Santa Fe, que es la propuesta que venimos a presentar, es una propuesta esencialmente participativa y democrática, donde tiene a los propios jóvenes como artífices y protagonistas de las políticas públicas que se van a realizar, con el Estado acompañando y apuntalando esas propias iniciativas que nacen de las juventudes, con objetivos de, claramente, fomentar el arraigo en cada uno de esos 365 municipios y comunas, llegar a absolutamente todos los jóvenes para que no haya ningún chico y ninguna chica que no tenga acceso a la escuela, que no tenga acceso a la conectividad, que tenga oportunidades de desarrollarse económicamente a través de emprendimientos productivos. Pero también una cuestión que es muy importante para nosotros es el de generar participación política y social y redes de solidaridad entre todos los jóvenes de todas las provincias. En ese sentido, hace muy poco hemos lanzado una primera línea de acción de este programa ATR, que es la convocatoria a proyectos participativos en toda la provincia, que ahora yo le voy a ceder la palabra a Milagros Montserrat, que me acompaña acá, que es la coordinadora de políticas de juventudes, que tiene el detalle más fino de cómo viene funcionando este programa de participativo y de cuáles son sus contribuciones que están haciéndose a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible.
Bien, muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. En primer lugar, yo por ahí expresar que lo que buscábamos, como decía Mariano recién, es fomentar la participación de las jóvenes y los jóvenes y también incentivar que puedan pensarse y seguirse pensando en el futuro como pensadores críticos, como agentes de cambio, como innovadores, como comunicadores y como líderes. Y en ese sentido, digo, el ATR Proyectos Participativos busca darle la voz a la participación de las juventudes, poder también que esos jóvenes sean parte de la gestión del gobierno provincial de Santa Fe, poder conocer todas las propuestas y los proyectos y bueno, principalmente en el marco de este año tan complejo que venimos atravesando, priorizar algunas temáticas como las relacionadas a la conectividad, a las nuevas tecnologías, a las problemáticas ambientales que también hoy están tomando las juventudes mucho eco y eso nos parece, digo, a resaltar. También tenemos 4 líneas que nos llevan y nos guían en la acción política que llevamos adelante, en la acción de gestión, que tienen que ver con la autonomía, con el desarrollo, con la transformación y con la territorialidad que nombraba Mariano, que también busca que las diferencias regionales que tenemos en nuestra provincia, que es inmensa, puedan hacerse valer a través de estos programas. Hasta ahora, bueno, ya hoy es el cierre de la convocatoria, ya recibimos más de 500 proyectos. Nuestra intención es seguir financiando más y bueno, y acompañar a todas las propuestas juveniles desde el gobierno de la provincia de Santa Fe. Muchísimas gracias.
Mariano, ¿estamos listos? ¿Habéis concluimos así vuestra presentación, realmente muy interesante, y nuevamente me encanta que en este eje de conectar con la gente, en el eje gente, sociedad, esté la juventud por todos los lados. O sea, creo que es una asignatura pendiente que tenemos como movimiento internacional municipal, la conexión con el diálogo intergeneracional, que sin embargo creemos que nuestros miembros lo hacen muy bien. Y tenéis toda la razón, creo que la participación política es extremadamente importante. Entonces, hemos visto educación y aprendizaje, hemos visto valores, hemos visto la exploración de nuevos derechos y el derecho cultural en el corazón, y ahora esa participación política que tiene que ser un granaje un poco de todo. ¿Veis cómo las cosas se van hablando unas a las otras, y lo que esperamos es que esto también hable a la gobernanza global? And to make that connection now, I am going now not to city representatives or to regional representatives, but rather to international stakeholders. And I want to have your feedback, Xavi. You know us very well. You know the movement. You know the cities. In fact, one of the first things you did as part of the campaign when you were based here in our office in the Global Home in Barcelona was to actually set up a cities campaign for the Millennium Goals. In fact. So how are you seeing us evolving, and how do you think that these local for action hubs can make a connection to what you are doing worldwide? Xavi, the floor is yours, and thank you for joining us.
Muchísimas gracias, Emilia. Thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. I feel as a co-organizer of the Venice event, I must stay below the 5-minute mark. So I'll try to be brief. Indeed, Emilia, we've come a long way. And I say this with a lot of pride. And even in this difficult moment, in this difficult time that we live with the global pandemic, I think what we've heard so far already and what we've seen in this session shows the breadth and the depth of the engagement of cities, the actions, the programs that we're seeing all around for the SDGs, for the Agenda 2030. I would like to congratulate UCLG and the cities and the members and the partners that are involved with the Local for Action hubs for this excellent work that you're all doing. And as I said, and I would like to share some thoughts of, as you said, Emil, of how this connects with the global context and with the international context. The main contention, our main contention in the USDG action campaign is that we're at a turning point for people and the planet, and that despite the many challenges that we face today, we feel that that this is a moment of opportunity where transformation is possible and every individual action matters. And it's in this context that the Local for Action hubs, and indeed the Venice City Solutions platform, can be a unique catalyzer to achieve this transformation. As leaders across sectors are back at the drawing boards to define how to restart economies, how to redesign societies, there is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to take bold action at all levels, including, of course, at the local level, to effect real change, to accelerate progress on the SDGs, and to counter the case to build back previous systems. The pandemic has shown all of us that individual actions can have a massive impact. The response to this health crisis has repeatedly shown how powerful individual behaviors can be in tackling global challenges. The profound impacts of these individual and local actions have been on full display, for instance, in flattening the curve of the pandemic. And in a similar way, each of the best practices, we've heard about some of them just now, that the local for action hubs bring together has the potential to generate a butterfly effect with global impact at many different levels, including, of course, at the global policy level. And they also have the potential to strengthen local ownership and the sense of community at local level. Today, we see that global solidarity is an imperative gaining momentum. And this has been confirmed, for instance, with the results of the UN 75 conversation led by the UN Secretary General. Citizens value solidarity and international cooperation. We've seen that through this global consultation. And this kind of solidarity movement leaves hopes, and it basically says that we can turn in a new direction. We see how local governments and regional governments are leveraging culture, the arts, and creative partnerships to think differently and inspire and connect with new audiences. They are reaffirming key values such as social justice, solidarity, and equality, which are the backbone of the Decade of Action and indeed of the 2030 Agenda itself. And they're promoting sustainability and climate action at local level. We at the UN SDG Action Campaign very much look forward to continue working hand in hand with all of you to support these efforts in the framework of the Local for Action hubs and even beyond the hubs. We want to continue working together with you to build this strong path towards a just, green, and sustainable recovery grounded on the SDGs. Thank you very much. Over to you, Emily.
No, thank you as well. And this emphasis on individual actions but collective impact is very relevant. When I was preparing for this session, I was thinking when we ask people what kind of world they want, they give back very big ideas, like the very big ideas that have been expressed here by everybody. They want solidarity, they want peace, they want happiness, right? But when you ask them, what does happiness mean? And what does peace mean? Then we immediately go to our neighborhood to bringing kids safely to school, to feeling happy in the corner store in our neighborhood, to be able to participate in decisions about our street. And I think this is the kind of connection that we need to make sure local and regional governments make with the international community. The voice of the local leaders internationally is not an aim in itself. It's only a vehicle to make sure that the world that we are shaping is not a world of big interests, but a world where our ambitions count. And I really hope that we can bring this about with the SDGs as a framework. Let us go to the last speaker for this roundtable, Olli Henman, and Global Coordinator on Action for Sustainable Development. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Thank you so much for inviting me to join this panel. It's been a real learning session for me as well, and I'm very grateful to join all of you and to see and to hear about so much of what's happening with local government. It's really quite inspiring to see. So I'm coming from a different point of view, and hopefully will help you in your deliberations from the civil society side. So Action for Sustainable Development, some of you may be aware, we are a global platform that links across civil society in more than 150 countries, more than 3,000 community groups, many of them themselves networks at the national or local level. So I'm sure you're already in touch through your various discussions with similar local platforms for civil society in each of your areas. And I think what I'd like to share is just some ideas and some feedback that we've had from those civil society partners around where things stand with the SDGs, and particularly now in light of the COVID pandemic. So I have 1 or 2 slides. I'll try not to take too much time, but it might just help if I can show you these as a way to bring to life some of our key findings. And we work very closely with the SDG Action Campaign, and many of the things I'll say we've developed through some of the collaboration that we've seen globally and with civil society partners around the world. So I'll just turn this into the slides. There we go. So very briefly, some of the feedback that we've had in terms of the first 5 years of the implementation. Again, many of you will already be familiar with this, around how countries are providing a baseline of data. We are concerned that the financing is a big gap still for the SDGs, and the questions around leave no one behind for us really need to be brought out even more clearly. And we believe actually the local level can really be a key part of that, because local authorities often will have much closer links to what's happening on the ground in different parts of the world and with the communities that they serve. We also think, and this again, this session is a good example of that, that the mutual learning that comes from sharing between different regions is so crucial, and that the HLPF could be doing much more to enable that. Some of the key findings from our own surveys, from our own members, again, leave no one behind, the importance of a whole of society approach, and that reviews, whether they're national or local reviews, do bring in those stakeholder views, and that there should be space for independent analysis and mutual dialogue. And then clearly, we also think the links from the local through to the regional and global levels are crucial. And again, thank you for this opportunity. So we have our own scorecard, which often will sit alongside the official approach. And again, I think many of you will have your own. I know that the VLRs are taking place in a number of places now, and it's really exciting to see that. And we look forward to collaboration on some of those reporting mechanisms and making sure that each level of government is able to report. So, but coming to the more crucial element of this conversation. So what's happened in this last year, and what do things look like now from a civil society point of view? So we had been, like you, expecting that we would focus this year on the decade of action and kind of ready to roll things out when, of course, the pandemic hit. So many civil society groups did come together, and we have been working with groups like ActionAid, Civicus, Oxfam, to come up with some shared priorities on what that Build Back Better, what that just recovery should look like. And so we also have 12 key points. I haven't pulled out all 12. Xavi knows them already, but I've pulled out 1 or 2 of our main asks, and hopefully this is something that also overlaps with much of what you have been discussing. Clearly for us, the healthcare question is crucial to the initial response phase. So universal healthcare, particularly in those countries where there is limited access to healthcare, welfare, and social protection. We also think that globally, and this is perhaps beyond the scope of this conversation, but national debts need to be reconsidered and cancelled in a number of cases to free up the space for countries to make decisions that will support their citizens. We want to see more direct funding going to the local level. So this is probably somewhere where we have a common cause with many of you, that actually we don't want to see budgets remaining at the national level, but reaching much closer to the local level. There's also a question around the links to biodiversity and the green industrial revolution, the sustainability. This is a chance, as I think Xavi has highlighted, to really turn things around, to build a different model as we emerge from the pandemic eventually. So just a final slide on our joint work that we did with Xavi and with the Action Campaign back in September, the Week of Action. I think actually these figures are slightly out of date. I think in the end we even had more people than this, but 42 million was already a good point to be at in that point in September, but it carried on through a number of weeks beyond that. And you can see the particularly huge social media reach of this hashtag Turn It Around, and we know that many people adopted it and adapted it in their own language, and we really look forward to continuing to collaborate to keep that momentum going on a different vision coming out of the pandemic. Finally, as you know, the language of Build Back Better is now embedded with the US. This is sort of beyond the slides here, but the new US administration, we hope, will bring about a refocusing on what that model can look like. So, I mean, those were some of the key points that I wanted to share. I hope they help. I know it's a little bit separate to the conversations on purely the local authorities, but you know, I can see a lot of synergy, and I look forward to future collaboration with all of you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Oli. They are not separated. I mean, you are in a very local action. But you should be with us in the Cities Are Listening initiative, actually. I will make sure we invite you because there is where we are trying to develop some of the bigger picture, connecting these local actions with the type of world that we want. And I have loved your recommendations. But if I may, Oli, you have made a very big mistake. You're missing a very important thing. And I am sure you will include it very soon. And that is local service provision. If you don't advocate for local service provision, none of what you have said is going to be working. So I'm going to convince you. I don't need to convince you now because I need to give the floor to my colleague Firdaus. But I will make sure, we will make sure that in our next session on Cities Are Listening, you're fully convinced and you dedicate a full op-ed to the importance of local service delivery, because they are a critical mass to get out of this, not only of this pandemic, but to shape the world differently. But thank you very much. For us, healthcare cannot be disconnected from local basic service delivery, like waste management, like water provision, like all of these things. A very interesting perspective. Thank you very much. Totally connected to this. I did a terrible job. I have stolen a lot of minutes from you, Firdaus. Good luck for the next panel. But look, the presentations were much too interesting not to give connections to the rest of our agenda and not to listen them more. I think we need to give more space next time for everybody. But Firdaus, the floor is yours for the next component on a different pact with nature.
Yes, absolutely, Emilia. Thank you so much. I think it has been really exciting listening to this first part, and actually connecting with the rest is unavoidable. We have to. So we are entering the second part of the session. And my colleague Pablo will be doing the third part. But this part is about the planet. Which is a dear topic, not only to my heart, but it is at the heart of the UCLG strategy as far. And also when we talk, what Emilia was saying as a pact for the future, there will be no future without a planet to live on. So we have received some excellent specific local experiences that have all the potential to nurture the international and global agendas. But as I was saying, we need to understand exactly what is the best way to nurture this pact for the future. Talking about the planet as one of the three components of the work we are planning to do. It is true that we need this pact for the future to be centered on life, and we need it to be centered on life on this planet as nature, as biodiversity, human, air, water, animal, and all this what goes together. And in between, we had life also with the pandemic. The pandemic now, everyone understands, is also an opportunity to build new foundations for this new era where a strong transformation is needed. It's not anymore a theory, it is now something that is happening, that everyone has integrated into their action plans. We are so happy to hear that. Now we need to ensure that we are all looking together at the common goal, that is the resilience of this planet. So we need this transformation not only as a humankind, I would say, but also as a humanity. We need different models, different processes, and business as usual is not possible anymore. We really need that transformation, being aware that we'll be made accountable for the decision made today as a generation, not only as decision makers or policy makers, but also as a generation. And we need also to be aware that we have to own our right as a humanity to live in a livable planet for us and for our children. And I think that the 3 examples we are having now that were proposed as local fraction hubs, and we have them actually developing local fraction hubs for UCLG, are bringing part of this channel that Emilia was saying to build between the local and the global. We will begin by Maricel Lonati, from Buenos Aires. They have developed an example on how to make the climate change fight specific with data, and how to ensure that many cities are joining the example and the work done for action to raise the ambition for the climate. Please, Maricel.
Hola, buenas tardes, buen día a todos y todas. Muchas gracias por el espacio y por también las interesantes presentaciones que hemos venido teniendo. Me interesó mucho sobre todo el comentario de Emilia, que ponía el nuevo pacto, ¿no? 3 puntos. People, Planet and Government. Personas, planetas y el gobierno, porque un poco el enfoque que nosotros abordamos es ese. Es cómo juntar, algo que también venimos trabajando mucho desde CGLU, con la Comisión de Gobierno Abierto y gobiernos locales, el gobierno abierto y la agenda de cambio climático, ya que las ciudades y los gobiernos locales venimos tomando muchos compromisos en estas áreas a nivel global. Buenos Aires fue una de las primeras 25 ciudades del mundo en comprometerse a alcanzar la carbono neutralidad en 2050, pero ¿esto qué significa, no? Para los vecinos y vecinas de la ciudad, para quienes vivimos, transitamos y trabajamos todos los días en la ciudad. Entonces, para nosotros el objetivo fue de la mano de renovar y actualizar el plan de acción climática de la ciudad, establecer un proceso participativo para que ese nuevo plan de acción no fuese algo generado solo desde el gobierno, sino que tenga en cuenta diversas miradas, diversas perspectivas, y además que sea esencialmente algo que va a implementarse de manera también participativa y colaborativa, porque es fundamental para luchar contra el cambio climático la acción del gobierno, por supuesto, y sus responsabilidades asumidas, pero también sabemos que con eso no alcanza, sino que tenemos un rol como gobierno de promover un cambio que incluya a distintos actores sociales relevantes y, por supuesto, a todos los ciudadanos y ciudadanas. Por eso, a principio de este año, cuando la realidad era muy distinta, comenzamos a planificar esta actualización. Dijimos, la forma de hacerlo y de conseguir estos objetivos es a través del enfoque de gobierno abierto, y buscamos fusionar herramientas de ambas agendas para propiciar la rendición de cuentas, la colaboración, la apertura de información. Lo primero que se hizo fue sumar a la gobernanza de una estrategia de cambio climático integral 2 nuevos espacios de diálogo y trabajo que resultaron fundamentales para poder hacer un abordaje integral y para acelerar esto, que fue el Gabinete de Cambio Climático hacia adentro del gobierno. Ya no es algo que está solo en un área de Secretaría de Ambiente, sino que es algo que compete transversalmente a las distintas áreas de gobierno, y creemos que merecía un Gabinete de Cambio Climático. Y luego también sumamos al Consejo Consultivo de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sustentable, que es un espacio donde organizaciones de jóvenes que militan esta agenda pueden trabajar en conjunto con el gobierno. Eso se suma a distintos otros espacios ya participativos que había. Y así el proceso de elaboración del PAC, entonces, como les decíamos, se dio de forma participativa, pero también escuchando las demandas. Ahí un poco se ve en la slide, creamos esta plataforma, que es un sitio web, pero que la idea es que sea un anclaje para la comunicación, para la inteligencia colectiva y para la acción, que está basado en datos abiertos, que pone la visión de la ciudad que tiene para lo que es la acción climática, y fomenta la activación ciudadana. Así que en trabajo conjunto con más de 600 ciudadanos y ciudadanas, 20 organizaciones de cambio climático, co-creamos esta plataforma que, otra vez, no es solo lo que nosotros como gobierno queremos mostrar de la acción, sino que muestra lo que la gente necesita para hacer sus propios cambios de hábitos individuales, para monitorear al gobierno en cómo avanza, para asegurarse de que las decisiones que vamos tomando sean basadas en evidencias. Entonces, bueno, presenta más de 30 datasets sobre el cambio climático, que pueden ser descargados y reutilizados, las metas específicas de reducción de emisiones a 2030 y 2050, información sobre generación limpia de energía, infraestructura para la movilidad sustentable, la gestión de residuos, el inventario HAZE de la ciudad, en el que nos basamos para priorizar las políticas nuevas, y sobre todo una guía de servicios, también haciendo mención a lo que decía Emilia, de qué tipo de servicios puede accionar el ciudadano o la ciudadana, cómo acompaña la ciudad un montón de esos cambios individuales y un montón de acciones también más de infraestructura, ¿no? Como un plan hidráulico y cosas más grandes, y también espacios de participación, tanto de colaboración como de articulación. Además, sumamos en una parte 12 propuestas de participación, colaboración, ya no solo de vecinos y vecinas, sino de actores institucionales, para que puedan acelerar y activar este plan de acción climática, que no queremos que sea solo un plan, que es un documento, sino que necesitamos que sea vivo y que se pueda implementar y que vayamos discutiendo y haciendo mediante acciones entre todos que sea algo real y realizable. Así que bueno, ahí estoy en el tiempo. Esa es la web, por si la quieren visitar, que concentra la estrategia y van a poder conocer las distintas interacciones que desde la ciudad también buscamos catalizar y articular con distintos actores de la comunidad global, de la comunidad local y por supuesto de nuestro país. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Maricel. Para nosotros es un excelente ejemplo de cómo subir, cómo mostrar que no habrá cambio climático sin la transparencia, sin que la gobernanza se pueda meter de manera muy comprometida en las cuestiones de transparencia y en la información detallada también. Muchísimas gracias. We are going now to another examples. The two next examples are a little bit similar, but not with exactly the same approach, and this makes them, each one of them, quite rich. The first one is from the city of Leiden in the Netherlands. We'll be listening to Jasper Visser, president of the Leiden 2030 Foundation. Jasper, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the invitation to this event. It's been very encouraging and empowering to hear from all these experiences from around the world, and I hope to be able to add a little bit to this from the perspective of Leiden. Just to give a little bit of a context, Leiden is a city founded in the Netherlands at the confluence of the Old and the New Rhine. It's a typical Dutch city. So there's a lot of water, a lot of canals. Water plays an essential role in the city. But it's also a typical old city, a medieval city with a dense city center without any large public green spaces or parks, something that has, as already been mentioned, become apparent during the pandemic when, because of lockdown, people had to rely on the greenery in their immediate neighborhood and couldn't easily go outside of the city. So there are some issues there. Now, Leiden is also a very vibrant city with a well-organized and entrepreneurial citizenry, and they don't shy away from taking action on sustainable development goals when action is called for. For instance, a few years ago, during the European refugee crisis, over 7,000 volunteers in the city volunteered to open up their homes for refugees on a population of only 125,000 people. It's a very lively city, and for me as a community organizer around these sustainable development goals in the city, that's a very good experience. There are not hundreds, but literally thousands of citizen-led and citizen-driven initiatives aiming for the global goals and aiming at this agenda. Many of them focused on biodiversity, green spaces, public spaces, and opening up the city to more green life. A keystone initiative, and the initiative I want to talk about with you a little bit today in the city's effort to try and localize the sustainable development goals as well as catalyze citizen efforts, is the Single Park. A single in the Netherlands is the Old City Moat. It's about a 7-kilometer long waterway surrounding the old city. And about a decade ago, a few citizens in the city came together to turn this moat, a waterway basically, into the longest park, the city park in the Netherlands. So they wanted to tie together small pockets of green surrounding the city center into a 7-kilometer long green park, including, and I really appreciated that from a Roman colleague, a space for culture as well, as we all know that culture is an important part, as well as nature in Sustainable Development Goals. So what they did, what they needed to do in order to achieve this, to turn a waterway into a park, was work together and organize hundreds of organizations in the city, as well as work with the municipality on I don't know how many agreements and permissions to actually enable this to succeed. And well, we wouldn't be here if they hadn't done so. Just earlier this year, the last bridge connecting two pockets of green was completed. And now if you come to Leiden, you can walk around the city center through a park of 7 kilometers, full of art and biodiverse parts and trees and flowers whenever you want to. That's a considerable achievement from a citizen-led initiative. To me, however, what's more important and what's more special about this initiative is how it triggered and it enabled a lot of other projects. It really provided oxygen, so to speak, not just literally because of the green spaces, but also metaphorically, because it enabled people to come together. It forced them to collaborate with them. It built new ties between organizations, and it has been a boon of new citizen-led initiatives in the city. People have started vegetable gardens for communities based on these projects. They've started social enterprises. They've come together in many different ways. And I think if you look at it, we'll see that the single park and the community it created of both bottom-up action around the SDGs and top-down connections with the municipality and other key organizers in the city has created an atmosphere where citizen-led development on a municipal level towards the Sustainable Development Goals has become possible. What we're doing right now, what's quite exciting, is we're trying to actually bring all these projects together, bring all these initiatives together. And in the coming years, we'll be working, for instance, with the new Museum for the United Nations, UN Live, as well as with European City of Science, ESOF, on creating platforms to see, can we use this energy, this effort that's been put into the Sustainable Development Goals from the ground up into a model.
Excuse me, I will ask you to conclude.
Yeah, I will, absolutely.
Sorry.
I'm already almost concluding. So that's a wonderful opportunity, I think, for many of us to see this and to visit this. And therefore, I want to also extend an invitation that if you come to the city on any of these international events in the coming years, you drop me a little note. We'll take a 90-minute walk through the single park, and we can talk about how to localize the SDGs from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jesper, and sorry for having the hard,
no worries. That's
the hard
okay.
rule here. We need to be equal also in the time of speech. Thank you so much. We have really, from UCLG, we have really appreciated the example of Leiden, how do you say, sorry, in Leiden, because it's not only a project for biodiversity and generating a wealthier city, but it is also for social cohesion. I understood it is also helping for the management of the migrants in Leiden, and also in generating more cohesion in a social point of view, which is very important for us. It is social cohesion is a driver for equality as well. So it is really important. Thank you so much. Vamos ahora a otro ejemplo que habla de biodiversidad, pero desde una perspectiva diferente. Vamos a la ciudad de Madrid con Javier Castaño. Por favor, Javier, explícanos el proyecto de Madrid y todo el proceso, que es un poco toda la riqueza que tiene específicamente el proyecto de Madrid. A ti la palabra.
Gracias. Buenas tardes, buenos días a todos. En nombre del área de gobierno de internacionalización del Ayuntamiento de Madrid, quería agradecer a CGLU por esta oportunidad y por poder compartir la iniciativa de Local for Action Hub Madrid. El concejal de internacionalización, Santiago Saura, estuvo ayer en estas sesiones y tuvo la oportunidad de hablar sobre diferentes iniciativas para localizar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, pero en esta sesión querríamos centrarnos en el proyecto del bosque metropolitano. Es un proyecto emblemático, insignia, lo que se conoce como flagship project para Madrid en su esfuerzo por desarrollar un marco de relaciones internacionales y cooperación multilateral. El proyecto cuenta con el impulso político del alcalde y la vicealcaldesa del Ayuntamiento de Madrid y creemos que es un ejemplo muy visual del esfuerzo que hace la ciudad para localizar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Como podemos ver en la diapositiva, el proyecto del bosque metropolitano es un proyecto de ciudad. Consiste en consolidar en la ciudad un cinturón forestal de 32.000 hectáreas a lo largo de 75 kilómetros. Mediante la creación de nuevas infraestructuras verdes. Es importante destacar aquí que del orden del 81% de este bosque ya existe, pero ¿qué es lo que falta? Falta mejorar la conectividad y cubrir la carencia de zonas verdes en algunas zonas, como puede ser el sur y el este del municipio de Madrid. Por tanto, el proyecto del bosque metropolitano tiene un gran valor a la hora de interconectar las áreas existentes y es una herramienta de vertebración y de reequilibrio territorial, con el objetivo también de lograr una máxima conectividad ecológica y espacial. El reequilibrio territorial, como decimos, es un objetivo fundamental y también otro aspecto fundamental en este proyecto es el enfoque metropolitano que tiene, porque no solo se trata de conectar áreas verdes, zonas verdes dentro del municipio de Madrid, sino que se trata también de conectarlo con las zonas verdes de su alrededor, de otros municipios de lo que es la extensa corona metropolitana de Madrid, de la ciudad de Madrid. Si pasamos en esta diapositiva, lo que vemos es vemos las cinco zonas de actuación donde se está trabajando. ¿Cómo se consigue desarrollar nuevas infraestructuras verdes en el municipio de Madrid? Pues a través de diferentes mecanismos. Uno de ellos son acuerdos con agentes privados, urbanizadores, como pueden ser juntas de compensación y titulares del suelo, o empresas que están interesadas en colaborar en el proyecto. Luego otra forma para Madrid de incrementar esa infraestructura verde es directamente actuando sobre parcelas de titularidad municipal. Y una tercera forma es convocando un concurso internacional de ideas. Este concurso internacional de ideas se desarrolla en estas 5 zonas que se puede ver en la diapositiva, y de lo que se trata es de que los equipos de trabajo multidisciplinares propongan diferentes proyectos innovadores. Entre esos proyectos innovadores, luego va a haber un panel van a ser valoradas por un jurado de expertos a lo largo de este mes de diciembre del 2020, en el que se valorarán diferentes criterios. Entre ellos puede ser la calidad de los proyectos, la viabilidad técnica de ellos, la viabilidad económica. Pasamos a la siguiente diapositiva. Bueno, pues aquí resumimos un poco de forma visual uno de los elementos también que buscamos. Se buscan proyectos innovadores. Porque uno de los principales problemas que tenemos son las infraestructuras viarias, las carreteras que rodean Madrid, que hacen que haya zonas aisladas dentro del municipio de Madrid. Entonces, se buscan que en esos proyectos se propongan ecoductos que permitan esa conectividad ecológica y acercar unas zonas con otras en el ámbito del municipio de Madrid. Bueno, otro de los aspectos fundamentales, este proyecto no solo se trata de plantar árboles, hay una multifuncionalidad en el proyecto y es otro de los elementos que se valoran en este concurso internacional de ideas, y es que una de las cosas que se quiere es promocionar el ocio y las actividades deportivas en el medio natural. Bueno, pues para ello también se tienen que proponer equipamientos en estas nuevas infraestructuras verdes. Y otro de los aspectos fundamentales del proyecto del bosque metropolitano es que, que se proyecten zonas verdes con bajos costes de mantenimiento y que se valore la presencia de especies adaptadas al cambio climático. Esto creemos que es un elemento fundamental de cara a la viabilidad económica del proyecto. Y ya en esta diapositiva queremos visualizar un poco lo importante que ha sido el proceso de co-creación del proyecto del bosque metropolitano. Porque uno de los factores claves del proyecto ha sido generar espacios de diálogo y participación. A través de procesos de consulta con la población, las asociaciones de vecinos, técnicos municipales, arquitectos, paisajistas, ingenieros, al final están formando parte del proceso y desarrollando el proyecto del bosque metropolitano. Por tanto,
perdona,
sí.
Te voy a pedir que concluyas, por favor, lo siento.
Sí, ya terminó.
Gracias.
Y este es el valor del proyecto, ¿no? La co-creación, el proyecto de conjunto, cómo se ha podido desarrollar todo el proyecto del bosque metropolitano. Y bueno, pues creo que en estos 5 minutos más o menos he logrado un poco resumir en qué consiste el proyecto. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Nosotros de verdad desde CGLU lo que nos gustó más es todo el proceso de co-creación alrededor de este proyecto, ¿no? De generar biodiversidad en la ciudad, de hacerla más amigable y más friendly a través de todo el proyecto de co-creación y de hacer de ellos a través de esto espacios de diálogo. Sin tardar más, ya vamos justitos de tiempo, I would like to have Remy Stepping, Chief of the Policy, Legislation and Governance. Remy, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great, Remy. As you can see, in this session, we can talk about the planet, we can talk about a pact for the future, but it cannot happen without having strategic planning. And this is key in thinking the cities and how to make them resilient as well for the future. Please give us your opinion in a few minutes, please. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Very interesting discussions from yesterday to today. Hope there will be many things to take home, to take back to our work, to start making the changes that we all dream of. But let me really congratulate UCLG for putting together this very interesting session, and to the co-organizer, Venice City Solutions 2030, ACRAFT, UNDP, the SDGs campaign, and many other partners who have joined along. It's really a great pleasure to see that we are going from global to local or vice versa. And this is very important as they have been put in a hub so that we have a home where we can all connect. So this is very much a welcome initiative, and UN Habitat is very proud to support such initiatives. What we have heard all along is that the creation of hubs or trying to localize SDGs is very important, and more so in this decade of action, as was mentioned just a few minutes ago. So the current crisis, the pandemic crisis, even give us more reasons to believe in local action, to have these hubs where we can bring everyone together to learn to do that co-creation in terms of action, leadership, and changes that we all aspire. But at UN Habitat, we see that the hub has also the potential for not changing local action, but to connect with the global one. So that one is very interesting to us, and to improve policies, research, and changes and practices on the ground. So that's one is very critical. And we also heard the importance of reporting. So by showing this example, many local actors will get inspired by what is happening. And by doing so, strategies could be strengthened, policy will be improved, all that based on evidence and changes that people can observe and really feel the reality of SDGs. So from our side, we feel very proud to be associated as usual to our sister UCLG and to support all cities, all local authorities to go along. And we are all here to support and ensuring that we can really make a difference as a whole, as a community in that the cooperation of all actors in that area. I know that we are pressed with time. Perhaps I will stop here and say it's very good, and we are happy to support and continue engaging with UCLG and other partners. Over to you, Freddy.
Thank you so much, Remy. Thank you. We have no doubt that the partnership with UN Habitat is critical in this sense. And Emilia was saying it the other day. No one of us will be able to do it alone. We need to get together and synchronize our actions. Without further delay, I will pass the floor to my colleague Pablo Fernandez, Marmisol, to moderate the third part of this panel. Pablo?
Thank you, Firdaus. And sorry if we have some sound, we will try to fix it. Otherwise, I will move because they are looking for a treasure outside our office. Building on this, and I want to remind that 1 year ago, 2 weeks before our Congress in Durban, we were physically in Venice. And it's been a long way to come to this third edition of Venice. And I'm really happy to connect these 3 pacts that our leadership has decided during our last World Council. And also the one that it's a pact for government. Because as Emilia was referring, public service delivery is in the core of what we do, and it is the governments, the ones who provide this public service, these public services. Our leadership made it really clear 2 weeks ago that municipalism is the way of is the mechanism of another way of going about politics, and it is through governments that we can do this. So allow me to introduce our first speaker. She's one of our champions, Diputada Pilar Díaz Romero. She's the mayor of Esplugas de Llobregat, and she's gonna introduce a topic that relates with a cross-cutting issue, but that has a really special space in governments, which is promoting women's political participation. This leadership that comes from a local transforming initiative, but that it can land in the international processes, such as the Generation Equality Forum of the United Nations and the CSW. Diputada, tiene usted la palabra para presentarnos esto.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. La verdad es que estoy encantadísima de poder compartir. Primero de todo, decir buenas tardes, ¿no? Buenas tardes a las personas que nos acompañan, a los representantes y las representantes de los gobiernos locales y regionales, instituciones socias, y dar las gracias a CGLU por esta oportunidad, la oportunidad que nos brindan siempre de participar y en concreto ahora en el Venice City Solutions. Como no hay tiempo, dejadme solamente 10 segundos para decir que, bueno, desde la pandemia hemos viajado muy poco, no nos hemos podido encontrar, todo lo hacemos vía la pantalla, las tecnologías, pero creo que virtualmente he viajado mucho más de lo que seguramente hubiese hecho, porque tenemos la oportunidad de vernos con personas que están en la otra punta del planeta y esto es una auténtica maravilla, o sea que con ganas de abrazos, de besos, pero no virtuales, de los reales, pero os aseguro que estoy aprendiendo un montón y bueno, pues esto no tiene precio. Dicho eso, como decía, celebro que lo podamos hacer aunque sea en formato virtual y nosotros muy humildemente lo que queremos es aportar el proyecto, el trabajo en el que estamos en este momento súper involucrados y con muchísima ilusión. Además sabéis que desde la Diputación de Barcelona venimos colaborando desde hace tiempo para intentar facilitar la transición hacia un mundo más sostenible, más resiliente, más justo, más igualitario y más inclusivo. Y esto que parecen pues unos atributos y unos valores maravillosos, fácil no debe ser, porque si no, no tendríamos la Agenda 2030 encima de la mesa y aún en pleno siglo XXI estaríamos hablando de la necesidad de erradicar el hambre, no otra cosa, no, el hambre, una cosa tan sencilla como el hambre en el mundo, ¿no? Pues bien, en este marco esta tarde nos han pedido que presentemos nuestra propuesta de Local for Action Hub, la iniciativa EqualMed, que impulsamos junto con nuestras compañeras del Instituto Marroquí para el Desarrollo Local, con IMADEL, que además creo que es uno de los valores importantes, no ir solo, sino ir acompañado, y que además estoy segura que nos permitirá reforzar y ampliar alianzas con muchos de los actores que participáis en la Venice City Solutions. Y os preguntaréis, quien no lo haya oído, ¿no? ¿Y qué es esto de EqualMed? Bueno, pues EqualMed tiene por objetivo general contribuir a la incorporación de la perspectiva de género en las políticas públicas locales y en particular promover la participación política de las mujeres en la esfera local y territorial. Algo que no es fácil, que no es sencillo, no lo es en ningún sitio, ni en aquellos países donde además desde el punto de vista de paridad están más avanzados, tampoco, porque cuando vemos los indicadores no estamos donde nos gustaría estar, pero en cualquier caso es un desafío que tenemos en cualquier territorio de todo el planeta. Esta iniciativa en concreto se desarrolla en Marruecos en primera instancia, pero también implica representantes de gobiernos locales de otros países de ese entorno, donde la igualdad de género sigue siendo un reto importante. Y recalco, un reto es en todos sitios, en todos los países, pero allí, pues por supuesto, que continúa siendo uno de los principales retos. Esperamos así generar progresivamente una ola de alianzas entre mujeres electas locales del Mediterráneo. EqualMed parte de los aprendizajes del proyecto que implementamos desde la Diputación de Barcelona con IMADEL ya entre el año 2017 y el 2019, que además recientemente ha recibido el primer premio de los Platform Awards de excelencia en el ámbito de cooperación descentralizada, pero nosotros queremos más y queremos continuar porque, claro, una vez llegados a este punto, lo que queremos con EqualMed es dar continuidad y desarrollar una plataforma de intercambio y generación de conocimiento entre comunas marroquíes y municipios de la provincia de Barcelona y, sobre todo, trazar alianzas con otros gobiernos locales de la región para ampliar progresivamente esta plataforma de acción local. Actualmente, la iniciativa EqualMed suma más de 16 gobiernos locales marroquíes, más de 12 municipios de la provincia de Barcelona y tiene alianzas con gobiernos locales libaneses y tunecinos. Y además cuenta con la participación de entidades de la sociedad civil y de expertos en la materia, que pensamos que también es muy interesante, que no vayamos, aunque estemos acompañadas, no vayamos solas las administraciones locales. Una vez explicado, no tengo tiempo, me encantaría poder dar más detalles, pero permítanme ustedes que les diga que EqualMed encaja perfectamente con la concepción de los Local for Action Hubs, lo digo con un tono de humildad, por supuesto, ¿no? Pero pensamos que encaja perfectamente por una serie de motivos, pero principalmente por tres. El primero, porque suma prácticas y experiencias locales de distintos territorios con un objetivo global, la promoción de la igualdad entre los géneros, que es un derecho universal y una meta imprescindible para el desarrollo sostenible del planeta. Y permítame que les diga, es que las mujeres somos la mayoría absoluta, es que somos el 51 o 52%, no somos una minoría, no somos un colectivo, no, es que somos una parte muy importante. Y no podremos avanzar como queremos en ese mundo sostenible que queremos si no compartimos talento. Aquí no hemos venido a sustituir el patriarcado por el matriarcado, no. Y además hay voces que señalan ese camino y les digo que nos engañan. No, queremos en pie de igualdad construir conjuntamente nuestras ciudades, nuestros municipios, nuestras realidades, sobre todo las locales, y queremos aportar el talento femenino sumado al talento masculino. Si nos perdemos una parte del talento, no llegaremos tan lejos como nos gustaría. En segundo lugar, EqualMed es un acelerador de la Agenda 2030, con un impacto directo en la consecución del objetivo 5, que saben ustedes perfectamente que es la igualdad de géneros, pero también incide en el objetivo 11, en el objetivo 16 y en el objetivo 17. Puesto que la fortaleza de este proyecto consiste en el intercambio de experiencias, el aprendizaje entre pares, la creación de alianzas y la cooperación entre territorios. Por tanto, es la suma esa imprescindible de la que habla. Alianzas. Sin alianzas no tiraremos para adelante y menos en medio de una pandemia. Y en tercer lugar, EqualMed va más allá del intercambio técnico y tiene una voluntad transformadora. Se trata de un proceso que quiere contribuir a través de la cooperación descentralizada a impulsar cambios en los gobiernos locales para que impacten en la mejora de los derechos y la calidad de vida de la ciudadanía, que en definitiva es lo que realmente nos importa y es el último objetivo. Pues bien, esta iniciativa representa una oportunidad para tejer vínculos, para estrechar alianzas, para conseguir compromisos y para fortalecer la voluntad política que nos permita favorecer no solo un mayor empoderamiento de las mujeres, sino también unas sociedades más justas, más igualitarias y con muchísimo más potencial, por lo que decía, de no perdernos una parte del talento. Y esto lo conseguiremos a partir del trabajo que hacemos día tras día desde las administraciones locales, los verdaderos catalizadores de los procesos de transformación, para que mañana podamos vivir en un mundo mejor, y eso esperamos y deseamos, o como mínimo dejárselo a nuestros hijos y hijas. Por tanto, en este sentido, confío en que los Local for Action Hubs de CGLU signifiquen un revulsivo para capitalizar las acciones realizadas y expandir estos objetivos a otras regiones del mundo. Bueno, yo en cualquier caso les vuelvo a repetir que aprendo muchísimo, me ha encantado cada una de las experiencias que nos han explicado, alguna me la he apuntado para ver si la puedo copiar adaptada aquí, porque para eso hay que aprender, ¿no? Para aprovechar todo lo bueno. Y bueno, humildemente también esperamos que veáis esta iniciativa con la misma ilusión que la hemos iniciado todas nosotras, y que se transforme realmente en un Local for Action Hub replicable, escalable y sobre todo, yo creo que repitiendo mucho a Emilia, inspirador. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, alcaldesa, y siempre inspirador, al menos lo digo personalmente, escucharla. Emilia siempre dice que la diplomacia de ciudades es una diplomacia transformadora, y esto tiene que ver con lo que usted decía de cooperación y de que esto es un Local for Action Hub que contempla más de una esfera de gobierno, pero también una relación entre diferentes regiones y continentes. Y esto también habla de la diversidad que son los Local for Action Hubs. Hay mucho tipo de Local for Action Hubs, y lo que tienen en común es lo que nos reúne aquí, que es la transformación y un nuevo mecanismo de alianzas, que también le diría que esto tiene que ver con que las ciudades están escuchando, y las ciudades están dispuestas a hablar con la sociedad civil, y las ciudades están dispuestas a escuchar esas mayorías que son sus mujeres. Pasamos ahora con Emilio Rabasco de FAMSI, quien va a presentar desde esta lógica. Recuerden que estamos hablando un poco del pacto de gobiernos. Presentará una iniciativa que tiene que ver con el primer punto que el liderazgo de CGLU pidió para transformar al mundo, partiendo de la idea de que se dieron cuenta que nuestras ciudades y territorios nunca volverán a ser los mismos, y de lo primero que se habla en este decálogo político para la transformación del mundo después del COVID es de los servicios públicos y la prestación de estos servicios. Entonces, Emilio, adelante, felices de escuchar su iniciativa.
Muchas gracias, Pablo, muchas gracias a CGLU y también por considerar esta iniciativa como uno de los hubs de CGLU. Para contar este hub casi tengo que remontarme un poquito a dar dos notas. Una, la primera, el Estado español, especialmente descentralizado en sus gobiernos locales y regionales a nivel de competencia, uno de los más descentralizados también en Europa, y también uno de los que con mayor ahínco ha trabajado en cooperación descentralizada. Hace ya más de 40 años de los primeros ayuntamientos democráticos, y prácticamente desde su inicio muchos ayuntamientos, gobiernos locales empezaron a destinar partidas a cooperación internacional al desarrollo y a hacer cooperación técnica también desde sus gobiernos locales. Esto, FAMSI, como una red de gobiernos locales, de más de 120 gobiernos locales de una región, de Andalucía, que trabajan en cooperación descentralizada, ha trasladado a su modelo de cooperación. Desde el año 2002 empezamos a trabajar, en este caso con Marruecos, la primera iniciativa de trasladar la gestión pública para favorecer empleo precisamente en jóvenes, que se ha hablado hoy aquí, en temas de escuelas-taller. Desde entonces se ha ido trabajando de forma muy intensa hasta el año 2016-2018, que se produce un avance en este modelo de cooperación técnica que hacemos desde nuestros gobiernos locales. Y es algo que queríamos presentar y que hemos presentado en el marco del Hub y que forma parte de esta iniciativa, ¿no? Este nuevo enfoque trata de trabajar la defensa de los servicios públicos y además empoderar y poner en un nivel principal la gestión que desde los gobiernos locales y provinciales se puede hacer de estos servicios públicos, ¿no? En ese año 2016 a 2018 trabajamos intensamente con metodología de aprendizaje entre pares con gobiernos locales tanto africanos como latinoamericanos. Realizamos inventarios del patrimonio, de la capacidad técnica que había en nuestros gobiernos locales y empresas públicas municipales y provinciales para trabajar en cooperación técnica. Generamos un proceso de alianza con CGLU, con el Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo, con redes latinoamericanas como Mercociudades o como ALAS, también miembros de CGLU, para trabajar este ámbito de cooperación técnica y de servicios públicos. Desarrollamos prácticas y trabajamos prácticas entre demanda de cooperación técnica de estos gobiernos locales latinoamericanos y africanos y nuestra capacidad o innovación también que había en nuestras empresas públicas. Desarrollamos un primer programa de pasantía en Andalucía con más de 30 representantes de estos gobiernos locales que interactuaron entre ellos y con nuestros gobiernos locales. Este proceso de aprendizaje fue muy seguido también desde el área de aprendizaje, de learning, de CGLU y Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. A partir de aquí salió una declaración y una alianza de empresas públicas, de gobiernos en favor de la defensa de la gestión de servicios públicos y la Declaración de Huelva, que forma parte de este trabajo de alianza entre más de 25 gobiernos locales y empresas públicas municipales, tanto africanas como latinoamericanas y andaluzas, ¿no? Para nosotros los servicios públicos son determinantes, lo has dicho Pablo, y aparece en el decálogo del COVID, ¿no? Determinantes para la mejora de la calidad de vida de la ciudadanía, para favorecer la cohesión social, el desarrollo humano, y en época de pandemia y de pospandemia van a ser vitales también para transformar nuestras ciudades, para trabajar también desde una perspectiva de estos servicios públicos más ecológicos, más enfocados a la transición verde, a la transición ecológica y más enfocado a la transformación del territorio, ¿no? La gestión, las empresas públicas municipales para nosotros son ejemplos de buena gestión. La gestión pública mira la rentabilidad social, no mira exclusivamente la rentabilidad económica. Se puede buscar el equilibrio económico, se puede buscar la calidad de los servicios, el no dejar a nadie atrás en la prestación de servicios básicos, pero sin embargo hacerlo con un formato también económicamente viable y con mayor participación ciudadana. Genera también una ciudadanía mucho más activa. Y esto impulsa también gobiernos locales más fuertes y con mejores gestión de competencias. El hub que proponemos es poner en valor todo este proceso y además acelerarlo en el marco de CGLU. Sería un espacio de encuentro, de incidencia y de acción, también de alianza y de innovación en defensa de los servicios públicos, de la gestión pública de servicios, en el marco de la transición ecológica y economía verde. Y tiene además un ámbito de cooperación técnica muy relevante. A nosotros nos ha servido ya este hub no solo para tener la mirada de los gobiernos locales, sino también para tener la mirada de la competencia del gobierno regional y que se sume también con su elemento de cooperación técnica a una plataforma única en Andalucía de cooperación técnica pública con una mirada de servicios públicos, como digo, y de defensa de los servicios públicos. No quería, Pablo, acaparar más tiempo porque sé que estamos un poco justos, pero creemos que este hub tiene un potencial para generar alianzas dentro del marco de CGLU. Ya hemos hablado de PNUD, pero está la Internacional de Servicios Públicos, otros socios tradicionales que creo que sería muy importante buscar un marco de concertación y de alianza. Y hay muchísimas experiencias de gestión de empresas públicas en los socios de CGLU y este marco internacional nos va a permitir potenciar y amplificar el espacio de intercambio y de incidencia también a favor de la gestión pública. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Emilio. Y definitivamente es la reivindicación del interés público, porque no abogamos por la importancia del servicio público por sí solo, sino porque es el que su fin último, como decías, es el bienestar y el bien común. Coincidimos totalmente y emocionadas todas desde CGLU en empezar a trabajar con estos hubs. Allow me now to introduce one of the key partners and long-standing partners of UCLG and of Venice City Solutions. It was mentioned by Emilio as one of the key partners for the hub of FAMSI. but it's also one of these colleagues that has been with us for many years, and that we want to involve as much as we can in these initiatives, in this new way of doing politics. Johannes, the floor is yours to close this segment about government and the Pact for the Future. We can't hear you. I don't know if it's from my side, but no, it's not working. Maybe if you can try to use a different microphone.
Is it better now?
Now it's working. Yes.
No, sorry, that was connection. So thanks a lot, Pablo. And let me just repeat that we are really proud and happy to be co-organizing the Venice City Solutions. And I won't even take a minute to talk about the large cooperation that we have that is really, I think, working better and better between UNDP and UCLG, specifically at the international policy levels, but more and more also at the local level. And I think this is exactly the point of the local action hub. I have discussed also with Emilia and many others. I think what is missing still is that these kind of like cooperation that we have at international level is also at the same time and as strong at the local level. And how can we achieve this? And I think we have two windows of opportunities. One are the local action hubs that we are promoting, and I can see are more and more concrete. So that's very interesting. And the second is that the United Nations system is also in a change. Let me not speak for all of them, but let me quickly speak on UNDP. I know that you have already a little bit contributed, but there will be more consultations. But we are in the process of writing up the new strategic plan for the next 5 years, which is going to be considerably different with the situation that we're living. We are looking at how is the whole governance area in UNDP being redefined, so to speak, the next generation of governance. And very importantly here, which is led by us, which is how are we doing local governance? And there we are really proposing to look at these at associations, at cities, very differently from beforehand, from saying like, okay, what kind of like services can we provide in order to strengthen? Of course, that will continue, but it's much more looking at cities as really as these hubs for innovation, as these hubs where things are happening, where we need to be part as international organizations, at the same time, really not forgetting that we need to and could really promote this action together. So what I'm proposing here is something quite concrete. Let's try and see if we cannot, during this formulation of these new policies within UNDP, really make sure that we build in this cooperation, that the local action hubs could be part of the UN programming cycles in the countries. Like at least from UNDP side, it would definitely be interesting, but there's a lot that is happening, and there's a lot that is happening still a little bit in silos. But if we manage that, we have the UN organizations, like these local action hubs where you really have these integrated solutions, it should be, and that's the next part. And I'm very happy to take this up, and I'm also, I think, can definitely convince our colleagues. We have, for example, the initiative of the accelerator labs of SDGs. We have them now in 100 countries, innovative solutions. So this should not go in parallel streams anymore. I mean, we should really see how this very concretely can work together. So if you have countries with an accelerator labs and you have a number of local action hubs, both are about innovation. Both do look for integrated solutions. So we need to see that this is not on a ad hoc basis, that a country office, for example, with the city because they're working, but that we manage to have a more institutional drive towards really making these two systems, which should not be separate and are not completely separate, of course, but can simply work in an integrated way in the future. Nothing more than this, but I'm most happy to discuss further how that could be done and how we can jointly push for that to become reality. Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you, Johannes, and I'm really excited to start working and discussing with UNDP how to synchronize and co-create, because I will leave this because it has to do with what you were saying, that from UCLG now we are convinced that we need a new type of governance that can bridge local actions with global trends. this bridge is the one that we are trying to identify, and our pact will be one of these mechanisms to identify how to bridge these actions and trends. Emilia, we are 3 minutes ahead of time, but we still have time and interpreters are still here. So I yield the floor to you, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You have done a great job. Thank you, Firdaus and Pablo, because much better than me, because we are almost there, almost on time. Let me go now to Carla Rey. Let us get from you, Carla, Secretary General of AICRE and alma mater, as I was saying yesterday, of this whole endeavor. How you have perceived this, and how does it feel for you, this notion of the Venice City Solution as hub of hubs? And as we are coming close to the closure of the whole event, let us taste a bit what you are going to bring with you to your weekend, which we hope will be very restful after this marathon. Carla.
Thank you, Emilia. I must say that, as usual, because this is the 3rd edition, when we arrive to the end, we are in the middle of the brainstorming, because we have received such stimulus and ideas that we have to think a lot also after the event. And I was listening so carefully to all the experiences of the hubs that we have heard before. And I must say that right now I feel a huge responsibility, not only me, I think, but as local authorities. I mean, we are facing a great challenge here with local for action hubs, because we have the responsibility not.
Your microphone is on. Can you open it up again?
Does it work?
Now it does.
Okay, sorry. There was a disconnection. No, I was saying that I feel responsible right now, because we heard such many fantastic experiences around the world in terms of action of the SDGs through these local for action hubs, that right now we have the responsibility not to disperse what has been already done. And I have the feeling that, you know, we have a power here. I feel that, to use a sort of metaphor, as community, we need to transform this single precious drop of water into a refreshing spring, because this spring can really fertilize our planet that is becoming arid, you know, and not only in the technical, physical way we use this word. So these fantastic experiences must be enhanced, and we need to multiply these effects. So we have a challenge. I think there is a political challenge and also a technical one. The political is that for what we do as local authorities, we need to be officially recognized as key actors. We are always present in the very international places, but we are always not seated in the tables of the decision makers. We are attending you know, side event like in HLPF, for example, but not only HLPF. I'm thinking about COP, for example, in the environmental issue, but we are not decision makers. And I think that this local for action hub can help us also to make visible what we are already doing. And the technical aspect that is linked to the political is that maybe we need to communicate in a more effective way. We need to communicate better what we do. And this is, again, very, very, very good to have this local for action hub, because we can really find a way to also synchronize our communication, to protect what we have achieved, to support the fact that also the alcaldesa was saying, to replicate what we already do. So I am feeling at the end of this session that the Local for Action Hub is a really good way to achieve those results that we have in mind. Why Venice is the hub of the hubs? I don't think that is because we started before with this idea. Is not this. It's maybe because we thought with UCLG about an artisan laboratory. A place of knowledge where everyone work hard for the good of the community, our community, where everyone is welcome, any kind of actors, every kind of sectors that join us with the same ideas, who is coming from a different cultural background, but the ones mostly that have understood that we can work together. We have a common place, a common language, that is a 2030 agenda, a laboratory that works all year round, not just those 2 days of events, a sort of open place, devoid of conditioning, recognized by the institutions, but also independent in the expression that we produce, that are mostly the sum of the partners. So what Venice City Solution can do for all the hubs, I think provide them and to give them the more visibility we can, to create a platform that can allow everyone to view what is going on in the world and to replicate it, and maybe to enlarge the period of exchange, not focus on just an event, but really a year lab. And I think that to conclude, because I was inspired by the beginning of the session with your music video, I must say that we want, as Venice City Solution, to work like in an orchestra, where the symphony requires the perfect synchrony of all the musicians, all the hubs, and all the musical instruments are equally important and have their own role. And the result depends to the capability to coordinate together all the efforts. No sounds must override the others. And so just to conclude with another metaphor, I think that Venice will grow in the synchronization of the local hubs without leaving no one behind. So just to say, let's use this good vibration that we have today, and trying to change the world with this new music. You know, the word is music, the Hinduism says. And so let's use this sound to make really visible and concrete what we have achieved and what we want to do as local authorities. You know, I like a proverb that is a Burkina Faso proverb that says, if the hands work in agreements, they can move an elephant. So let's move this elephant. Thank you, Emilia.
Well, thank you very much, Carla, for those wonderful remarks. I want to leave you with a video that shows what the elephant is and how we think that we can move it. Watch that, and then we will be all together for the closing remarks. Listen carefully.
In the largest gathering of the municipal world in Durban eThekwini in 2019, mayors and governors from United Cities and local governments understood that they had a historical opportunity to deliver a new model anchored in the territories. The municipal movement presented itself to the next decade stronger than ever, embracing its origins, safeguarding local democracy and loyal to the values and principles of decentralization, gender equality, self-government, and accountability. 2020 started by delivering the transformative vision for our people and the planet. Then the world stopped. The way we all relate to each other radically changed, perhaps forever. Our cities and territories would never be the same. The COVID-19 pandemic is a magnifying glass that highlights who and what we are leaving behind. What do we mean by the commons? What should our commons mean? Who cares for us? Who do we need to care for? No single actor can bring change alone. In this tragedy, we have found the reasons to keep working as guardians of the dreams of our communities, as global actors with transformational and convening power. We might not know what is coming, but we know what we need to do. Municipalism is the proof that there is another way of going about politics. This challenge can become a foundational moment for our world that bridges local actions and global trends. A world that guarantees equal access to public basic services. A world that has developed an ecological transformation. A world driven by the next generation of human rights. A feminist world that cares and thrives with girls, women, boys, and men that are equally empowered. A world based on solidarity. United Cities and local governments, an equality-driven movement, is committed to facilitating the space for local and regional leaders to make this world a reality. We need to do it for the future, with the governments, with the people, with the planet.
Well, quite an elephant, huh? That we need to move all together. Colleagues, this is a great privilege for me to one more year go into the closing and recommendations of this Venice City solution. As you know, our ambition as stakeholders is to make sure that our voices, our experiences are heard at the high-level political forum, because there is where we need to report and walk the talk about how far we are in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The exchanges of the 2020 edition of the Venice City Solutions 2030 have been very, very rich. As I was saying yesterday, I feel we have really built a community, and we have demonstrated that only together we will be able to change things, but also only with local ownership we will be able to trigger the type of change that we need towards sustainability, because we all know that the sacrifices we need to make are too big. If we are not convinced, we will not make them. And if we don't make sacrifices in our generation, we will be just requiring future generations to make them. That is unacceptable. And that very notion of what is acceptable and what is not has played a very important role in the discussions that we have been having throughout these 2 days. We have said inequality is no longer acceptable. We have said injustice is no longer acceptable, and lack of partnerships is also no longer acceptable. We feel we have identified the Sustainable Development Goals as a common language that are allowing us to understand each other, to connect the dots, to go beyond silos, to make sure that individual policies impact collective policies, and that the local reaches the global as well. We have identified the importance of going back to the basics. And I think the pandemic has been very, very present in our discussions. And what we have felt in our confinements when we haven't been able to touch each other, we haven't been able to celebrate in the way that we usually do. It has allowed us to reimagine what is essential, what do we care about, and what does need to be at the core of transformation. We have also come to understand, and this is really challenging for the urban realities, that not only the physical space and the physical nature of cities, of territories is of importance, but that there is a very important value, patrimony, and I would say sense of being in what is not physical in our communities. We will need to redefine consumption and production. We will need to make sure that we pay attention to different types of economies, that we define efficiency and growth in a very different way. And our yellow panel on the immaterial sense of our community has been a very critical input to this line of thinking, as has been also the inputs of the architect, Tatiana Bilbao, that put together that sense of intangible, of immaterial and community back at the heart of the individual being, and that brought care and the caring society that has been so important for all of us during these trying times back at the heart of the design and the definition of our cities. We have also seen how partnerships will need to help us identify new correlations and new ways of working with differentiated lenses. This was the topic of the Green Panel that was led by UNDP Art. We have also seen how the very nature of Venice City Solution 2030, the relationship between the different stakeholders will be critical to make sure that this common language that we identify in the SDGs actually triggers the transformation we want. And in the UN Habitat-led session on the vision for the future around the strategic planning and imagining the sustainable city, also very important lessons came across around the importance of individual responsibility and individual actions. My colleague Diana Lopez, who didn't want to talk in this closing session, I think she feels she has already talked enough, said to me, look, individual actions impact government and government impacts change. Now what we are missing is also the relationship with the planet. In some of the discussions that we have had throughout these days, and in particular in this session on Local for Action hubs, we have seen how there is a false dichotomy between nature, sustainability, and people. We don't exist as a species without this planet, not yet, maybe in the future. So we need to break down that kind of dichotomy. We need to make sure that our individual responsibility and actions feed into this image of well-being that we will have, that needs to nurture the future. We have also talked about how to become wiser smarter with the new technologies. And in this era of high tech, when we also think that coming back to the basics is critical, we have learned to challenge some of the thoughts that we had around efficiency and data use and the future of smart. We have come to realize that maybe the highest tech is that allows us to live the best possible way with low tech. Smarter solutions are about smarter citizens. And I think this will be a very critical topic for next year, where we will be at the aftermath of the start of the new high-tech revolution. The fourth revolution is only starting now. The president of AICRE and CMR was sharing with us in the opening session that most people will be working in jobs that didn't exist yet in the coming 10 years. This, I think, will be a very critical food for thought in our next edition. And I think it will need to be defined and driven by our expectations as stakeholders, and not only by those that are developing the applications for the future, right? We need to be, we, the humans, the citizens, with the governments, need to be the smartest applications of all. So I challenge you to think together whether we can make sure that next year this will be at the heart of our discussions. It's hard to close 2 days like this with so many different visions and so many different examples and cases with one single thought. But I think the strongest thought of all, which has also been expressed by Carla in her closing remarks, is that, well, the reason why Venice City Solutions is the hubs of local hubs is not because it was there first, it's not because it's the only space, it's not because it's the smartest place, but it's because it drove us back to the artisans, to creativity. Our future as society, I am fully convinced, and this is totally of my own making, but with your inspiration from the past days, I think you have given me a green card to go ahead and put it this way. Our future is not going to be a production and consumption society. It's going to be a creative and caring society. If anything, if we do anything well, the Venice City Solution next year will need to bring us a step forward to that caring society, to leave nobody and no one behind. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege to close this one more year. I love my job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, colleagues, majors. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Emilia.
UNDP, UN Habitat, die hearts with us. Bye. Johannes. I'm going to keep you to your promise. Local Production Lab, part of programming. Carla, you're my hero.
See you next year in presence. We are waiting for all of you.
Me llama Venecia. ¡Qué bonito Nueva York, Diana!
Sí, ahí la vista fabulosa suena, ¿eh?
Carla, I really hope you go to bed with full pride, really. Thank you very much on behalf of all of us.
No, thank you, all of you, all partners. We are a good team. We are really a very nice community. We love you, and we are already thinking about the next year, what we can stimulate you and what we can think about it. So we are working, still working.
Keep thinking.